diehards know we're here.
Yes, Twitch.
I think the monthly stipend pays our bank fees.
Nice.
Look at Paul in early this morning.
Wow. Yeah, last week on Friday, I had to do a 3:15 wake up call. Very rare, but oh my God, did it throw me, man?
That's early.
Oh, it was
Even
really
for
early.
me, that's early.
Yeah, and I couldn't get to sleep, so I woke up before the alarm. I did that today too. I set my alarm for 5:15, and I woke up at 5:05. And I don't know why I do that.
I worry about you, Paula. I hope you're right. And Ambien, I don't know where you've been. David's only announced he's not going to be here on New Year's Eve for the
Like
past
7,000 times. He said it 7,000 times. Nicely produced. I don't have Sports with Friends this week, but I do have Hall of Justice. That's all
So you don't have to put a best of out or anything to keep your...
No, what we did was the Two Jews thing last week and then skipped this week. And then last week we skipped Hall of Justice and we're doing Hall of Justice this week. And I've taken the...
my notebook is ready.
Nice notebook. This girl called me yesterday and she's like, I just got another job. She writes for Forbes. And she goes, I'm adding another publication. I said, cool. She's like, yeah, it's a magazine. I'm like, you're writing for a magazine? That's a thing? That still happens?
They still apparently have those. Ricky Pearsall is good. The Detroit defense is terrible.
All these folks are Twitch. Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Very cool. Well, now when I come on Wednesdays, I'm going to go to this. I didn't know this works like that. Let's see if Seth can spit bars. What does that mean?
Yesterday, a texter had sent in, David got on a little rant and someone said, David's spitting bars. And I'm like, huh, does David even know what that means?
I don't know what that means.
That's a rap thing. You're spitting bars here.
Oh, of course.
Wow, look at Seth getting the whitest guy in the room award. Way to go.
I am white. That's funny. I watched the first half of the Yacht Rock documentary yesterday.
How was it?
Oh my God, it's so much fun.
I got to watch it. I did hear there was a Donald Fagen from Steely Dan was asked like one question. He told him to F off.
Well, the idea of it is like it was 10 years ago. These comedians did a video for MySpace before YouTube, and they named this group of songs. They named it Yacht Rock. So when it was happening, that didn't exist, and they show the evolution. And then when SiriusXM decided to have a Yacht Rock station, and then they have the timeline and the family tree of Yacht Rock and how Michael McDonald is the thread throughout the whole thing. Oh my God, it's so funny.
I gotta watch it.
Oh, what a great! It's just the music is fantastic. Kenny Loggins, Michael McDonald, Steely Dan. It's just fantastic. I watched the first half. I said, if I don't stop this right now, I'm never going to bed.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
A little twist on New Year's Eve. Good morning, everyone. Seth Everett filling in for David Moulton today. I am Mark Miller. Thanks so much for joining us. I will do my best to copy how we begin the show every day with a how the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? Huh. So tough to get that off the chest. I don't know how David does it every morning, but he does. You know, Seth, when we did this show a week ago, David came back on. He said, did you let the how the heck are you go? I said, I did. Did Seth threaten to walk off the show at that point? I said, no, he did not.
No. Nope. How is good old Wally Pipp?
Wally Pipp is doing well. We don't know. He's somewhere either in Dallas or on his way to Dallas. He really and truly, if you think about it, he didn't just skip this show. He highballed us because he's flying private from San Francisco to Dallas, hanging out in an airport for a couple of hours before heading to El Paso for the Sun Bowl, the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl today, featuring Louisville and Washington, but more on that in a moment. Good morning, Seth. How are you, sir?
I am great. How the heck are you?
I am good. The only complaint, and I shouldn't even say it, the only
complaint for
us of you doing the show last week were a lot of people saying that Seth not only hates Christmas, but hates Christmas music. Do you like New Year's?
New Year's music? I love New Year's music.
New Year's Day by U2. Does it end there? Are there any New Year's Auld Lang Syne?
Auld Lang Syne. It's funny. New Year's, I peaked when I was in my 20s. I guess I was in my 20s. I had 2 consecutive New Year's that were so fantastic that ever since then, I will never have another New Year's. So like New Year's is very anticlimactic. In New Year's 1998 to 1999, so December 31st, 1998, I was invited to Las Vegas. This was decades before I would work with him, but I was invited to Vegas for a club show where Prince performed 1999 at New Year's on 1999. That was the peak. That was as good as it could get. I had done a promo for his tour for the radio station that I was working at in Denver. And as a thank you, they sent these 2 tickets. And my buddy lived in Vegas. And I was like, what are you doing New Year's? I said, you're coming with me to this. And we went. And after that, it was done. And then the next year, if you remember, Y2K.
Oh, yes. The end of the world there, Seth.
So my buddy Hugh Millen, former NFL quarterback, had a houseboat. And he decided, since all the computers were going to break, you could come to this party on his houseboat and you had to leave your cell phone in a bucket. So no one knew what time it was. So if the world came to an end, we were safe. we were
on the boat. You were starting a new civilization.
Right. We would start a new civilization. We would repopulate and it would be fine. Those 2 were back to back. And since then, it's been fluff.
I would call it the most overrated holiday of all holidays. I mean, it is amateur night, and I love that people go out and do their thing. I hope everybody's safe tonight that's going out and having a lot of fun. I won't leave the house. If my only way to make midnight is if the Penn State Boise State game goes close enough to midnight that I decide, hey, I'll switch over to Ryan Seacrest and rock in the new year, Dick Clark style. But other than that, when the game ends, I'll be done.
I don't see Ryan Seacrest permeating these four walls. I can't see Ryan Seacrest. Nope. Dick
No?
Clark was great. Dick Clark was fantastic. Dick Clark, by the way, a Syracuse guy.
Who isn't? I mean, other than David and I. I'm surprised that you even do the show with us. The fact that we're non-Syracuse people.
And the clarification: I do not hate Christmas. I do hate Christmas music.
Christmas music. Yes.
Christmas music is terrible.
But
it's abominable. But thankfully that has wafted out of the zeitgeist. If you walk into a CVS now, you don't hear jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Oh, please.
No, you hear yacht rock in the middle of winter. Do they play yacht rock up north in the middle of winter in those stores?
They do, especially in my house when I watched the yacht rock documentary yesterday. Oh my God. So much fun. That's Bill Simmons, by the way. Bill Simmons has a documentary series deal with HBO where they call it Music Box, and they've done documentaries on Alanis Morissette. There's some other ones. I'll look them up in the break. It's a series, and this documentary is about yacht rock, and oh my God, I am such a fan.
Haven't watched yet. Love the station on Sirius. I will definitely be tuning in. But we do sports, and last night there was some. Detroit with nothing to play for. Played hard, defeated San Francisco, and now is a showdown with the Minnesota Vikings for the number 1 seed in the NFC on Sunday. I would not have played all my guys. I applaud Dan Campbell for how he approached the game and how he approaches his players for that game.
Well, okay.
In his style.
Let me stop you right there. You're applauding because they didn't get hurt. To me, you don't play those guys. You do not play Josh Allen this week. You just don't. There's no purpose to it. And don't tell me about an MVP award, because what trophy do you want at the end of the year? No one cares about an MVP award. And for the Lions, the only reason why we're applauding Dan Campbell is because it worked, not because it was the right move. It was not the right move, and he put his players at risk.
So, and I wouldn't have played anybody. I said it yesterday.
That's all I'm saying. Get everybody out of there.
He came out and said, we're not. And I thought what he said after the game was interesting in that, hey, we didn't prepare the backups to start this week. We did not know this scenario until very late in the process. And it was a disservice to our backups to say, go play and start when you're not prepared to start.
Because the backup running back is like, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to wait? We go this way? Are you sure we're going left to right? Because I could have sworn we were going right to left.
I think there's a little more into it than that, but I understand your point. Now, so
give
you
me
would
10
have
minutes. I'll figure out how to be the backup.
So you would have sat everybody, even though there's only 50.
Well, I would after a quarter. After a quarter, I would have pulled them out.
But it's not a college lineup where you've got 100 guys. You've got 48 guys there that are available. It's not as easy to pull off on a Sunday, I know it was a Monday night, than it is on a Saturday. You have to at least agree with that. But look, you're right. If anybody would have been injured, we'd want Dan Campbell's head today.
That's right. That's all I'm saying. I don't have a horse in the race. I don't feel passionate about it. I wasn't like screaming bloody murder, Dan Campbell, what are you doing? But we can't say that we would have rested guys and then applaud Dan Campbell for being this brave coach who put his guys in.
No, I applaud him for sticking to what he is. Even though I disagree with, I listen to Herm Edwards, and I don't always agree with what Herm says.
Play to win the game.
No, he was along those lines. He doesn't go nuts with his analogies. But he said, as a rookie, I was told football players play football. He was talking about Barkley, because that brings up a whole nother situation. What do you do if you're the Philadelphia Eagles this week? You have a chance to set a record. You have linemen who want to set that record. You have a running back that wants to set that record. You have linemen who want to break that record more than Barkley does. What do you do in that situation?
I don't know. It's a hard one. The other part, have you guys talked about the fact that it's an extra game?
Well, yeah. But he has 34 less carries than Dickerson had to break the record. So are we going by games or carries?
I don't know. I like Saquon Barkley, but I don't know. I don't want to be the "I told you so" guy. Like that's not how I live my life. I don't want to be the guy that comes on here next week on a Wednesday and going, "Yep, Barkley's not going to be there," and the Eagles, have Kenny Pickett starting their first playoff game. I don't know. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't either. But would you ask the player or would you tell the player?
No, you can't ask the player. That's like Grady Little asking Pedro Martinez, "Do you want to stay in the game?"
I don't
player's
think
always
it's
going to say
apples
yes.
and apples when you're asking them on a Tuesday or a Wednesday as opposed to during the game. And I get your point wholeheartedly, Seth. But I do think adrenaline and moxie during a game is different than sitting down with someone on a Wednesday and saying, how are we going to approach that?
You didn't tell me you were going to ask me hard questions. When I agreed to do this, now you're asking me hard things? I don't know.
Loggins or Messina, which do you like better?
I can't imagine. I just can't. I can't sit here and say this week is a throwaway week for so many teams. We talked about it last week when I did the show with you about how the good and the bad are such a separation. There are so many teams that have absolutely zero to play for, and the only thing they should be thinking about is the playoffs.
Oh, there are
Call
only a handful of games week 18 that matter. Detroit, Minnesota matters. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati matters for Cincinnati. If Denver, because they've got games on Saturday. The Ravens and Pittsburgh play on Saturday, so those games will matter. Denver and Kansas City matter, but I think there are 6 games that actually have an influence on the playoffs, and that's only if Denver loses.
Yeah.
So you're right. Most of the teams have nothing to play for.
Nothing.
Kansas City has
like
nothing
4
to play for.
important games, right?
Right. And you'll see a lot of players resting. And as much as the NFL has tried with the overload of division schedules at the end, there's not much you can do when we're dealing with the year of have and have-nots like we've really never seen in the NFL.
Yeah, well, the NFL always, brags about parity, and they don't seem to have it. The reality is they have a scenario where, this sport is at a point where they got this extra game. Look, it's just a matter of when there's an 18th game, so there's going to be another one. And the reality is, if I'm a coach, my job is to have my team ready for the playoffs, not this game. And you're not selling. Did you guys talk about the Giants' victory over Indy last week?
Oh, we sure did. And the Giants going from 1st to 4th in picking in the draft. It shows you that the players play. As much as they try and can try to tank, players still play.
Oh, no. I never thought they would tank. I also just didn't think they would win. Indy was a playoff team, or, an almost playoff team.
Think about it. Jonathan Taylor fumbles the ball going into the end zone a few weeks back that cost them that game, and now they lose to the Giants to take themselves out of the playoffs. What a couple of weeks for the Colts.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond studded rings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What do you think about a poll question today, Seth? You got anything in your brain? We could do a cop-out. How long will your New Year's resolution last?
New Year's resolution.
Do you even make one?
I have not made a New Year's resolution. I'm looking up these music box films. There's a list. There's 8.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the list. It's not so simple. Got to go to the dark web. Although I could do it this way. Behind the wheel. Okay, I think I got it. Woodstock 99, that was a great documentary. There's a documentary called Jagged, which is about Alanis Morissette. There's one called Mr. Saturday Night, about Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
There is Listening to Kenny G. I don't know what that is, but that sounds fun.
He's the one of the ugliest humans I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I was lucky enough years ago. I went to a party at Mar-a-Lago. My buddy's brother was dating the owner of the Tampa Bay Bucks daughter, and she was. They're very well to do. Live on Palm Beach, so there was a membership drive, and she got invited to the party and brought a bunch of us. So I came pulling into the party, driving my buddy's Rolls Royce, and wearing the sport jacket and being the guy. And I remember the valet going, youngest guy I've ever seen in a Rollie. I'm like, that's a 20 for you. And I was with my, there was 6 of us there, 5 of us. And my buddy Mike Basil was behind me. And I got a beer and I turned around to redo my conversation with Mike. And instead of Mike, it was Donald Trump. And I was on a platform. So I was eye to eye with Trump. He's a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I go, Donald, great party. Stuck my hand out, shook his hand. He went, thank you. Turned around and left. I'm like, oh, I handled that fine. Like I belonged here. So that was my run-in with Donald Trump.
There you go. Kenny G. The Yacht Rock. And it's they call it a documentary. DOCK.
I see what they did there.
Cute.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, David with the day off. He is traveling to the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas today. And due to his travel constraints, could not do the show after doing Monday Night Football last night in Palo Alto before heading on Air Aikman to Dallas. He is sleeping in an airport as we speak, or at least I think so.
Or he's on Twitch. And in that case, hi, David.
I don't know if David could find Twitch on his phone. I think he could.
I mean, sure after all the years of doing the show on there, he's figured it out.
On his computer. But if I had to get him to find our show right now on his phone.
Because he needed a password?
Yes, which I know he doesn't have.
Yeah. That's funny. That makes me laugh. There's been a ton of celebrity deaths this week. But did you see in the sports world, Lenny Randle passed away? Do you remember Lenny Randle?
I do not.
Former Seattle Mariner. He's the guy in the classic video that the little roller down the line in the turf in the old Kingdome, and he was blowing the ball to go foul.
Yes.
Lenny Randle.
Okay.
I met him once. What?
That I do remember, the blowing of the ball outside.
Yeah, he passed away yesterday. Former Mariner, former Met, played for a bunch of teams.
Well, let's see if we can bring the show up from that.
Sorry.
Hey, everybody, this guy died. How's your day going? Thank goodness you're living because you get to hear this.
Sorry. I didn't realize there was a certain quota you had to hit before you could talk about something that happened.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty obscure pull, but your time in Seattle.
Lenny Randle? I don't know. I logged on to Twitter for the first time, and that was what I saw.
Fair enough. All right. New Year's Day tomorrow, New Year's Eve tonight. We already established that Seth and I will be in bed before the clock strikes 12. Or at least I will. I'm not sure if Seth will.
I'm on duty. The 16-year-old is out at a party, and I'm the ride.
Oh, you're the ride. Well, okay.
So whenever that party wraps up, I'll stay up. I'm on the duty. I can do it.
Different world than when we were 16. You would never think of calling your parents for a ride on New Year's Eve.
I know, right?
You were hoping that the parents at the house you were at were not home, and that's why there was said party. Now I'm guessing they're going to a house that's fully chaperoned. Everything's under control. There will be nothing going on that will make you nervous.
From what I understand, it's at a place. It's at a venue, and they're all going to this venue. And I don't want anybody driving. Half of her friends have their license. She's 16, so they're in New Jersey. You get your license at 17, so it's coming. And I will make sure I'm awake, and I will make sure I get that text and said, "Hey, can you pick us up?" And that's my job. That's my duty tonight.
I put a poll question up today, which is unusual for this show because David and I are terrible at poll questions, but because it is New Year's, this is kind of a layup. How long will your New Year's resolution last? A few weeks, a month, all year, or I don't make them? And I haven't made a New Year's resolution in a long time, although I promise on the show, David and I were talking today, I'm a bad texter. I don't just randomly say, hey, that's a Prince song on the radio. Let me text Seth and see how he's doing. That's just, hey, Seth, heard an obscure Prince song. Thought of you. How are you? That's just not something that I do. I'm lazy. I sit there and I do nothing. So
it's not a clarification of your friendships. It just means you don't text.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try to be a better texter in 2025. I don't know if it's a New Year's resolution. It's just something I'm going to try to get better at. Do you adhere to the New Year's resolution philosophy?
Not really a New Year's resolution, but this has definitely been one of the more interesting years, 2024. I'm happy to see this year take a walk, and I think 2025 is going to bring good tidings. I'm looking forward to 2025. It's going to be a better year.
So no New Year's resolutions coming out of one Seth Everett is what
I
you're
can't
telling
imagine. I can't. If I had a New Year's resolution, I'm gonna. How about this? I won't eat candy for about an hour. But if 1 a.m. and the kid hasn't texted yet, I'll probably break out a thing of Oreos.
What time will you panic if the kid hasn't texted tonight?
No, as long as she's contacted me, I won't panic. I will hear from her. I will hear from her constantly.
I've got a 10-year-old, so I'm looking at you for advice on this.
Yeah.
I'm scared to death of my daughter becoming a 16-year-old. That frightens me every day, being the old parent that I am. So I look to you for advice, and I'm glad to see that you're very calm.
Very calm, and I'm very much in control. The pre-party gathering is going to be right here in my place, and I'm not going to stand there and supervise, but I'm going to be around. I'd rather control that. I don't want sneaking around. I don't want any of that shenanigans. I was 16. I know the rules, and I know how to break the rules, and I want to try to create an inviting setting so that they don't feel like hovered, but they're supervised.
Look at parent Seth going to town on New Year's Eve with the controlled environment, which means there's no way anybody's drinking on my watch, but I'm not going to hover over you.
Correct.
I think that's a good philosophy. I don't know whether or not Dan Campbell's philosophy was a good one last night. Seth and I both would not have played players, but Dan Campbell stayed true to who he was, played everybody, played hard. The Lions get a win. And because, as you said, Seth, because no one was hurt, we're not lambasting Dan Campbell this morning. If indeed someone would have been hurt before the big matchup against the Vikings and he would have lost yet another player, he would have been taking a lot of criticism for that today.
What was your take on? I'm diverting here, but I'm staying on topic here. What was your response to the whole Netflix thing?
Very positive. I had no issues.
I thought it was fantastic.
I had no issues whatsoever. I know from reading, I didn't watch the whole pregame, Seth. I know there was a couple of glitches early. They went to commercial when Mina Kimes was in the middle of a sentence, and they made a couple of mistakes here and there.
Yeah.
But I like that there were some fresh faces doing different things.
Yep.
You had J.J. Watt and Nate Burleson doing color commentary, which they don't normally do. I thought they did a nice job.
The Eagle Boys.
Well, they're great.
They're fantastic.
And I think we're used to them being great. So I thought the Netflix, and you were waiting for all the glitches. I thought that Netflix and the NFL came off with flying colors for their Christmas Day broadcast. Unfortunately, the games didn't respond because both games were lousy.
I know, but I kept them on. I kept them on, even though the games were over. I was interested in the visual. The main camera was the same, but it just seemed like they had so many different angles. It seemed like such a fresh broadcast. I was fascinated by the Netflix presentation, just the whole presentation of the thing. And I was riveted. And then I don't know if you saw, I posted this on social media. They got the ratings for the 5 NBA games compared to the 2 Netflix games. And you mentioned they were blowouts. 24.5 million to 5.2 million.
And yet the NBA was doing cartwheels because it was up 84% from a year ago. And it actually brought their year-to-date numbers to a net positive from a year ago in the NBA. And you're right. It was a 5-1 number. And yet the NBA was ecstatic over what they did.
What do you think of this scenario? Just let's play Adam Silver. What if they announced that their 5 or maybe do less NBA national broadcast? What if they moved it to Christmas Eve?
Ooh, I think that's a bad idea.
Well, I'll tell you this. On December 24th, there was nothing going on in sports. The day that you and I did that radio show, at the end of the day, I had to do iHeart reports. There was absolute zero on in sports.
I
And
just
this
don't see
idea-
people watching basketball at 8 p.m. on Christmas Eve, though. Now, maybe some day games would work.
Maybe day games.
Maybe a noon and a 2. Seth, you might be onto something. But I just wonder about Christmas Eve.
I just wonder if you put all day games, like you said, if you put all day games, would you get a better rating than the 5 million?
I wonder if the NBA would have the guts to do it. The starting 5 is next right here, Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I just want to run around this building and start yelling just for the hell of it. Ah!
Well, let's all do that.
You'd wake people up.
I would. Oh, run around this building? Yeah, that would not be good.
As I slithered through my house in the dark to keep everybody asleep as I'm leaving the house.
Yeah, when I did Christmas Eve, they were in Florida.
Del Boca Vista?
Yeah, yep.
Exactly, Wes.
Would the NFL just move games? No, the NFL wouldn't move games. The NFL's winning.
Well, it's just our point that whatever any league does, the NFL just squashes it. They come up with an idea. The NFL,
I see.
you're going to Christmas Eve. We'll go to Christmas Eve too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. But it's funny. Like there was a blowout game, and I saw that the NBA games were close, and I still didn't even consider putting it on.
I put on the, what was it? The Knicks and Celtics played. I put that on for a little bit, or I know Philadelphia and Boston.
Yeah, Philadelphia and Boston. I was doing updates and I wasn't watching it.
So, Seth, do you really edit your podcast? Like, do you listen to every minute of the 45 minutes and edit, or do you just?
To a degree. I mean, a lot of times when I'm recording, if I know something is egregious, I see it on the lines. So I go to those first, and then I give it a once over, and then as I listen, I remember the conversation, and so then I can scan ahead if I know, it's coming. A lot of times what I wind up editing these days is me. Because when I ask questions, I ask them in a relaxed tone. So I'll be like, well, are you gonna, you guys don't have to, like that. And I try to take all that out.
Gotcha.
I've often said that the editing is not the hard part of podcasts. The booking, that's the hard part. I don't know if you can see, I have the next 2 weeks all booked.
Good for you.
And for Hall of Justice, I'm
with pen and paper on a calendar.
I know, right? This is how I do my podcast. I print this out with the episode number in color code in marker.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Well, that's what the liner says, but that doesn't necessarily mean what's happening.
Not
David
today.
Off today. Seth Everett, kind enough to fill in for David as he did on Christmas Eve. It may become an Eve tradition.
Sure. We'll do the next one for what? Passover?
Okay. Let's lock that down right now.
Let's do a Passover Eve. We'll do that morning.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Hold on, I'm writing this down.
Better write it down. My notebook is full.
Blanche, where's the pen? Get me the pen.
We start with Monday Night Football. The Lions beat San Francisco 40-34 with nothing to play for. The Lions played everyone anyway. Jared Goff, 3 touchdown passes. Kirby Joseph had 2 interceptions for Detroit. They moved to 14-2 and face Minnesota for the division and the number 1 seed in the NFC on Sunday night. It was the first win for Detroit in San Francisco since 1975. Brock Purdy did leave the game in the fourth quarter with an elbow injury. Need to keep an update on that. NCAA, the Music City Bowl was yesterday. I'm sure you missed it because they played it in the middle of the day and most of you had to work. But Missouri beat Iowa 27-24. Missouri with a pair of fourth quarter field goals for the win. 4 bowl games today before Penn State takes on Boise at the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State in an 11.5-point favorite in the featured game. The 4 games I mentioned, Alabama and Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Bama's a 15-point favorite. David will be at the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, where Louisville is a 1-point favorite over Washington. South Carolina, a 9-point favorite over Illinois in the Citrus Bowl. And Baylor is a 3.5-point favorite over LSU in the Texas Bowl. Tomorrow, the other quarterfinals will take place. Texas, a 13-point favorite over Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. That's at 1. Ohio State, a 2.5-point favorite over Oregon in the Rose Bowl at 5 p.m. because we have to play the Rose Bowl at 5 p.m. so we can play the Sugar Bowl into January 2nd with Notre Dame getting a point against Georgia. That game's scheduled to begin at 8:45. NCAA hoop. 6 former Florida State basketball players are suing Coach Leonard Hamilton for his failure to follow through on promised $250,000 payments in NIL. Darren Green Jr., Josh Nickelberry, Primo Spears, Cameron Fletcher, Deontay Green, and Jalen Warnley demand to be paid and also want Hamilton to pay additional damages to them. Darren Heitner, who's been a guest on the show many a time, is representing the players in the case. It comes down to no contracts. They're going to use text messages, not being employees. This has to be worked out, or these lawsuits, Seth, are going to continue to be rampant.
Yeah. Could Darren Heitner bring the court case and have it live on the show?
That would be fantastic.
There we go. I'm always producing you guys.
College hoop action last night with ranked teams. Arkansas blew out Oakland. Houston beat Oklahoma State. Cincinnati lost to Kansas State on the road. Auburn pounded Monmouth. Michigan State an 18-point winner over Western.
Monmouth.
Gonzaga beat Pepperdine by 7. Iowa State a 10-point winner over Colorado. And Mississippi State beat Bethune by 14. By the way, our system last night was 2-2. Our system, for those that don't know, is take the unranked team at home against the ranked team. Last night, we went 2-2. The Knicks beat Washington by 20, the 8th straight win for the Knicks. Josh Hart, had 25, 15, and 10 for a triple-double. Karl Anthony Towns with 32 in the win for the Knicks. Chicago, an overtime winner over Charlotte by 7. The Clippers beat New Orleans by 3. New Orleans has lost 10 in a row and 19 of their last 20. Denver, 132. Utah, 121. Jokic with a triple-double. Russ with a triple-double. Jokic, 36, 22, and 11. Russ, 16, 10, and 10 in the win for the Nuggets.
The Nuggets. I used to cover them.
Did you like covering the Nuggets?
Oh, sure.
Who was your favorite Nugget?
My favorite Nugget was Antonio McDyess.
All right. Sacramento, a 110-100 winner over Dallas. The Kings went on a 17-2 run to end the third and an 11-4 run to start the fourth. De'Aaron Fox with 33 for the Kings. Cleveland's won 7 in a row. They're 28-4 on the season. They beat Golden State last night, 113-95. Donovan Mitchell with 23 in the win. And Joel Embiid had 37. Tyrese Maxey 23 as Philadelphia beat Portland 125-103. Ja Morant listed as week to week with a shoulder sprain. Seems a little long. I mean, we have day to day, week to week. NHL last night, 3 games. Florida, a 5-3 winner over the Rangers. The Rangers can't get anything right. They actually played well last night and got beat. They are reeling in New York. Boquist with 2 goals, including the game winner with just over 8 minutes.
Devils great Jesper Boquist.
Hallebuck, 22 saves. Winnipeg, a 3-0 win over Nashville. And the Kraken score 3 in the third to take down Utah 5-2.
Capo.
The NHL announced that its draft will be held in L.A. on June 27th and 28th. I wonder if anybody will attend. That's got to be the worst. Come on, a hockey draft in LA. Can't you just have that in Toronto and call it a day?
Did you know today is the Winter Classic? It's not tomorrow. Did you know that?
Today's the Winter Classic?
Just looked. Today is the winter. It's at 5:00 today.
Chicago and St. Louis, right?
Yeah, at Wrigley Field, and it's today, not tomorrow. That's exactly what we were talking about in that first segment about the NBA moving to Christmas Eve. The NHL balked and they punted and they moved it to the December 31st. That's weird.
It's weird, but you could argue smart going up against college football playoff all day tomorrow.
Of course. I love the Winter Classic. I could watch that with the sound off. That is tremendous. I don't care who's playing. It's fun. I've been to 3.
Have you really?
Yeah. 3 outdoor games, not necessarily Winter Classics, but yeah. I've been to
Bad
3.
sight lines, can't see anything, but are they good in person?
The atmosphere is just perfect. Oh, it's the best.
Roki Sasaki returned to Japan to figure out his next move. The 23-year-old pitcher can sign after January 15th. The Dodgers and Padres are said to be the frontrunners for the Japanese pitcher. And that was a very quick and abbreviated Moulton-like starting 5. Supposed to go a little longer, Seth.
Oh, the segment's supposed to go longer?
Yeah, I mean, the segment is going to go longer.
That's not what we said in the production meeting.
Our production meetings are very lengthy on this show.
Very lengthy.
Seth sent me a text last night. Am I still doing the show?
Are you still doing the show?
That was
it was on my calendar. I don't know.
You beat me to the text by about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure what the rules were. I didn't know.
So you've been to 3 outdoor hockey games.
Yeah.
And you'd recommend that on a bucket list to someone basic on the
They're
app.
fun. Yeah, they're super fun. The first one I went to was the second ever Winter Classic. It was at Citizens Bank Park in Philly. It was the Rangers and the Flyers. And I went. I had done that year in 2011. I'd worked for the Phillies. And I went to that game, and it was very cool. Cliff Lee and Roy Halladay, the late Roy Halladay, threw out the quote-unquote first pitch. They came out, and they stepped onto the field, and they threw a pitch to the Flyer players. It was a gorgeous, like it was packed, and it felt like an event. I remember somebody in the press box going to me, and they said, who do you like in this game? It's my 2 hated rivals, the Flyers and the Rangers. And I said I was rooting for a scoreless game and 3 broken ankles. And it was that was the first game I went to. The second game was at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. It was the Devils against the Rangers, and Marty Brodeur hated it. He said he couldn't see, and they lost like 8-4 to the Rangers. That was a hard day, but yeah, it was cool to see it in the Yankee Stadium. In Yankee Stadium, I have seen football, baseball, and hockey in that new stadium. And then 2 years ago at MetLife Stadium, I went to the Devils Flyers, and that was so much fun. I took my kids, my whole family went, and we had an absolute blast. It was so much fun.
I've not been to an outdoor hockey game. I've only played hockey in the outdoors. See, I grew up where the softball fields in my town, they would flood in the wintertime. The city would flood them, and that was the Hoyt Park was where half the people would, skate around in a circle, and the other half was for playing hockey. And then you'd go warm up in the warming house with a hot chocolate.
Oh, it was so cold. All 3 of them were so cold. But no, what the NHL has done is it's a genius thing to make those games special. I love that they count so that it gives a little extra juice because you can't just fluff it off as a ceremony. I think it's great what they do. This year they're doing they have the Winter Classic is the New Year's Day, or I guess New Year's Eve now, bowl, but then they have this thing called the Stadium Series, and they're doing Red Wings Blue Jackets in Ohio State Stadium. There's going to be 100,000 people there.
And they've had one at Michigan Stadium before.
Yeah, it's genius. I think it's genius. Hockey is the kind of sport where they needed a niche. Their All-Star game is just as stupid as all the other All-Star games. Their regular season, you could argue, is too long, although they're fighting for every last point differently, than any other sport. I think the Winter Classics, the invention of the Winter Classic, and I'm not kissing his butt because I know him and I know him pretty well. But Gary Bettman's feather in his cap, those outdoor games is genius.
Well, and think of it. The first one was at Buffalo and Pittsburgh, and it snowed.
Oh, that was
and I remember non-hockey. I remember Cassio, who hated hockey, our old-time producer, who now goes to minor league games all the time, and his kid watched the Florida Panthers. I think life has come full circle that now he's, into hockey. I find it hysterical. But that first one, they had Sidney Crosby and they had snow.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, and the Penguins wore the blue uniforms. Yep.
New Year's Day, and people tuned in. It's just like a football game with snow. All of a sudden, the snow in the hockey game, and people wanted to see what that was all about, and it looked terrific. And they got off to it. They've had bad ice. They've had problems with these, but they've been able to get through it. And I think largely because the first one had so much success that they were able to get through the next couple of years to establish this. And you're right. It's turned into a great event on New Year's Day, even though they're doing it on
I didn't realize. I just realized it like just 2 minutes ago. It's a weird one that they're doing it on New Year's Eve. By the way, did you see the NHL fine the Dallas Stars for having a practice during Christmas?
Well, they're mandated to take off the 23rd to the 27th, or the 23rd is the last days, and the 27th is the next day. So they have to,
and they had an optional, and all the young players felt obligated, and they got fined $100,000. I mean, it's optional.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of those things, Seth, and that optional practices for young players are not always that optional.
I know. Let them win. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I guess I'm okay with saying mandatory day off the 24th and 25th, but you don't have to give them off the 26th. Let them practice. I don't know.
Let them have now come on. If they say there are 3 days off, then they get 3 days off. That seems really simple to me.
All right.
They would fine you in any league for that. Unions are strong enough in all of these sports that when they give guys days off, they have to give guys days off. That's the only thing I would say there.
I guess I don't know. The 26th, it's the day after Christmas. You can go to.
You can shop, Seth. You can't skate, but you can shop.
That's right.
Maybe if it would have been an optional to go to the outlet mall, they wouldn't have received a fine. Our poll question today is a very simple one. How long will your New Year's resolution last? A few weeks, a month, all year, or I don't make them, which is getting the overwhelming majority of the vote. Good for you. Stick to your guns. Don't bother with a New Year's resolution that you won't keep up with. The rest of us will fake getting in shape and diet for a week or two and then fall off.
Oh, yeah. My diet starts today.
Good for you, Seth. Glad to see you're on board with the New Year's resolution. Pat Kirwan will join us in the 8 o'clock hour today to talk all things NFL. It's Miller and Moulton, a New Year's Eve edition with Seth Everett filling in for David. Thanks so much for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust.
Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at
The
AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
My buddy just texted me from LA, and if he's watching, he's been dealing with cancer and chemo, and he couldn't sleep, and he saw a tweet, and he's been watching the show.
Oh.
Good guy.
Well, let's hope 2025 is better for you.
Yes. Yes. New Year's Day is a big day in the Premier League.
So that's what you'll be watching New Year's Day.
100%. 100%. What time is Arsenal's game? 12:30. Perfect time. Perfect time. I've got Arsenal Brentford at 12:30 and Devils Kings at 6.
So you won't watch any of the college football?
No. I'll follow it because I'll be doing iHeart, but yeah, no. That won't be on my TV. Today is 2:00 Syracuse Wake Forest basketball. Got a busy sports couple of days. Do I watch Welcome to Wrexham? Yes, Welcome to Wrexham is a fantastic show. That's great. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Premier League will be on NBC, on regular NBC, like to compete against college football. I'm going to look that up.
That's the only Premier League game on the first, if I've got this right.
Yes. Yeah, there's it's like week 19 in the Premier League, and there's one extra game. Yeah, it'll be on USA. That's fine.
Well, I'm with you now. I don't even care what network's it on. The
Doesn't matter.
YouTube TV knows who I am and puts the sports right at the beginning.
That's right.
For the most part. When they don't, I get angry. Like I couldn't find the NFL network.
They tell me
on Saturday. And I was like, where's the NFL network?
Yep. They tell me when my teams play, and you just press here to watch it. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
New Year's Eve edition of Miller and Moulton. Hope you had a great 2024. We hope 2025 is even better for you. Seth Everett filling in for David today. David, en route to the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. He's somewhere in Texas right now. That's all we know.
I love that you keep saying the sponsor.
Well, it's a great. I mean, come on. Of all the bowl games that we have, I mean, you've got a bunch of bad names. And if David were involved with the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, I would mention Snoop Dogg every time.
So every time, just give whoever it is. If it's the Clorox Bowl, it's okay.
Well, no, because there was the Game Above Sports Bowl. I don't know if I would have been giving Game Above the same love. Tony the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger.
They're
great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You had to be a sugar cereal guy growing up, didn't you?
I used to have a T-shirt with like the Honey Smacks guy and the Toucan Sam and Tony the Tiger. All those guys. You could create an Avengers style multiverse.
I was going to say. Which cartoon serial hero would be the toughest?
Oh, that'd be fantastic. That would be a great show. I would totally watch that show.
Yeah, where's Mike Leach, the late Mike Leach, when you need him? He used to break down the mascots over, who was the strongest and most formidable mascot in the Pac-12 back when he was with Washington State, which he was the best interview.
I know I've told you my mascot story.
I don't think so.
No, in 15 years, I'm not expecting you to remember it. I'm just saying I know I've told this mascot story. So in 1998, I get hired to move to Seattle. And the last thing that I was doing in Denver was the 1998 Coors Field All-Star Game. And Westwood One had hired me like for a freelance gig to do certain things. And part of the things was I had to interview an umpire. There was a specific umpire that Hunter Wendelstedt or something or something. And even though I had covered games at Coors Field and knew Coors Field well, I don't know where the umpire's room is. So I go down and there's an usher there, and I know this usher, and I'm saying goodbye to him because I'm leaving Denver. And I was leaving the end of that week. And I said, "Where's the umpire's room?" And they go, "Second door on the left." He was wrong. It's the third door on the left. The second door on the left is the mascot changing room.
Okay.
I walk into that room thinking I'm going to see an umpire. and I saw 20 mascots, because remember, it's the All-Star game.
Right. They're all there.
All of them sitting around in a big semicircle with their heads on the floor. So all the Philly Fanatic, San Diego Chicken, Rockies guy, Mr. Met. Mr. Met's head is rolling on the floor. It is the scariest visual you can ever. I am jaded forever. I cannot look at any of those mascots. I immediately flash back to when I saw him with his head off. I've seen decapitated mascots.
So when I worked in the arena, you know, obviously working for teams, but here in Southwest Florida, when I worked for the minor league hockey team, the team and arena were one and the same, which, you know, was very rare. Most minor league teams are renting the facility. So we owned the facility.
Right.
And I remember when we brought Sesame Street Live in and bringing my young son to some of these family events. And Frank Lapsley, who ran the building, says, whatever you do, don't go backstage. Because the only way to get Big Bird's head on was basically they had like a noose and they pulled Big Bird's head off that way. And if a kid was back there, it would completely traumatize a young child, because what would he see is, you know, basically Big Bird being hung.
That's fantastic.
And my only other mascot story, and I've told this before on air, but I'll tell you, Seth, because I think you'll find it amusing, is I couldn't have been more than 12, maybe 13 years old. And we lived about an hour and 30 minutes from the Pontiac Silverdome. And at that time, that's where the Detroit Pistons were playing.
Sure.
So it would not be unusual for me and my two neighbors and my neighbor's older brother, who was probably in his 20s, on a random Tuesday night to go to a Pistons game.
Okay.
And buy cheap seats, pay off an usher to sit in really good seats.
Yeah.
And so we went to the game, and it was San Diego Chicken night.
Okay.
And my neighbor, Dave Sperling, decided it would be fun to heckle the chicken.
Okay.
And he kept just yelling every time the chicken came near us. Ted, and I don't remember what Ted's real last name was, but Ted was his given name. And he just kept yelling at him, Ted, get new material. Hey, oh, that's funny. You're going to put the baby in your mouth again? We've never seen that before. And he is all over the chicken. And I'm like 12, so I'm joining in.
Yeah.
And now you've got 3 teenagers heckling the San Diego Chicken. To the point where the chicken's handler comes and sits down next to us.
That's funny.
And basically starts threatening us. And I mean, not basically, threatening us. To which I was scared to death. I'm 12, 13 years old. My buddy, who's a little bit older, Dave Sperling, who's not afraid at all, said, oh, you're going to beat up 3 kids because they're heckling a mascot? Boy, you're tough. And now he starts attacking the heckler or the handler, who has no idea at this point what to do, because he thought he could just intimidate us. We'd shut up and call it a day. And we just went into overdrive at that point.
Nice.
I'm surprised they never threw us out of the place, or ushers never told us to stop, but we were relentless on the San Diego Chicken.
That's funny. You want my my Disney on Ice? I can say this on the radio because it's there are no bad words. But when my little one was born, she's like 6 months old. We took the big one. We took the whole family to Disney on Ice at the Prudential Center. And because we had the newborn, my wife was in charge of holding the baby. I had to take the 3-year-old to the bathroom. And you know, the Prudential Center is not like most modern arenas. They have a family bathroom, but at Disney on Ice, that's where the line is.
Right.
So I now have to make a judgment call, and I have to take her to the men's room. And I take her to the men's room, and we had bought her a glow-in-the-dark wand, like a magic wand for Disney on Ice.
Because you have no choice, because they're coming at you from all ends, and you're stuck behind something that's bright that's going to break on the ride home and cost you $23.
And the men's room is not empty. There's a handful of people there, but I walk in and I go there and I tell my young daughter, I said, "You are not to touch anything. I am doing everything here." And I said, "You just stand there. You do not touch any of this." And I place her on the thing and I said, "Give me your wand." And I take the wand and I put it between my knees so that I have both of my hands free to take care of said project. And my 3-year-old, God bless her, in a normal voice with a full men's room, says, "Daddy, why is that pole in your vagina?"
Dad of the year at the Prudential Center. There it is. Right there.
Until the Devils win the Stanley Cup, that's my favorite Prudential Center memory.
Ooh. Until they win it again. I mean,
they win it. Well, they never won at the Prudential Center. They made the finals, but my bucket list is I want to see them win with my 2 girls, and I'd love it to be before they move out. That's my goal. But
I'd love to have that goal. I want my son to see the Red Wings, win and basically be able to remember a Stanley Cup, because their wins are before his real memories of sport. And so I'm with you there, and it would be very cool anytime, because, we got into this last week when David was talking about the Giants, and he's like, the Giants owe me nothing. They owe me, as bad as they are, they owe me nothing. They've won enough Super Bowls. They've been to the big game.
Sure.
They owe me nothing.
Sure.
And I say the same thing about the Tigers, even though they've only won one World Series for me. But it was 84. I went to Game 3 with my father.
Sure.
It's my favorite memory of any Tiger memory that I have. I can look back on that day so fondly that they owe me nothing.
Right.
But I can see where you can still say the Devils owe you one.
Well, I seen them win. They won 3 championships. I was in college the first one. The second one, I was living in Seattle. And the third one I was at because I was covering it for Fox. And then 2012, the finals, I went, but they lost. My kids have become bigger fans than I ever was when I was their age, and I want to experience that with them. It's almost like you can experience for the first time again. And to me, that is, anybody ever says bucket list, like I've covered a dozen World Series, I've been to 2 Super Bowls, I've covered the NBA Finals, been to the Stanley Cup Finals, I've seen the US Open, I've covered golf majors. There's nothing I need on my bucket list. My bucket list is very simple. I want to see the Devils win the Stanley Cup, preferably before they move out, before they go off to college or wherever they are. While they're still living here, 20 minutes from the arena, I want that experience with them.
Well, and you hope that their fandom lasts, but you have no idea if it will.
Right, but it would be different. It would be text messages. It would be FaceTime. It would be, different. You never know where they would be, that they couldn't just drop everything and come to me. Who knows where they're going to go to college and where am I going to live? I don't know. Like life takes you places. Right now, I know exactly where they are, and they are within my grasp, and the Devils are good enough. I don't know if they can win the Stanley Cup, but all I know is that's what I want. That and to go to England and see a Premier League game. Those are my two bucket lists. That's it.
The Derby is still number 1 for me. I want to go to a Kentucky Derby. Yes. I want to be there for the weekend. I want to see the Kentucky Oaks. My grandparents went, for many a year. I've got a bunch of Derby memorabilia. It's probably the only real sports memorabilia I have because it was given to me by my grandparents. So I have a soft spot for the Derby. I've been to the Masters. There's no other major that I feel I need to see in golf. I've never been to a Super Bowl, but I don't really have a desire to go to one. It's a better television product. Football's much better on TV. I don't know what to tell you.
I've been to 2 Super Bowls, 32 and 48.
And we'll see who makes the big game this year. When we come back, we'll switch gears. There is college football to be played today and tomorrow, quarterfinal games. How excited are you? The energy not there after a big NFL weekend. It's Miller and Moulton with Seth Everett filling in for David American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Had to change up the outfit. Costume change.
Look at you. Didn't know I was doing the show with Cher.
This is my Hanukkah present to myself.
No number, right? Just the Arsenal
No,
jersey.
you can never get a number on a jersey. We go to games all the time and we see these idiots with these jerseys of players that don't play there anymore. Nope.
My wife very smartly got a Heath Miller jersey.
No, because it's you. Yeah,
Right.
I have
my wife and I have this. Her maiden name is Miller. Her actual she did not have a middle name because her first name is Evelyn and her mother decided she didn't need a middle name.
Okay.
So post 9/11, flying without a middle name, not nearly as easy as it was.
Sure. Yeah, my mom didn't have a middle name. Yep.
So my wife's legal name is now Evelyn Miller.
Miller. That's
Yes.
awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, I have an Adam Everett Astros jersey. I have a Carl Everett White Sox jersey. That's from the MLB days. And I have a Gerald Everett Seahawks jersey.
And Irish football, no, I never went to a Wings Avs game in person. At the height of that, those tickets were, and a lot at the height of that, I wasn't there. I
did with, from the Avalanche side when I covered the Avs for 2 seasons.
Yes, I mean I remember Kosar and Probert vividly. Loved watching that stuff. Ah, look at you with your Stanley Cup.
And I didn't cover them winning, but when I got the gig, they had a banquet and the Stanley Cup was there. And I took that picture because everybody was taking pictures.
So they brought the Stanley Cup to the rink I'm working at. And it was Phil Pritchard, the guy you see on all the commercials, the keeper of the cup.
The guy, yeah. He's a great follow on Twitter.
So he shows up and he's going back to the hotel and he's going to take the cup. And Frank Lapsley, who runs the rink, says, well, I can keep it in the safe. And he's like, really? And he's like, yeah. So we went and locked it in the safe. And Phil's like, great, I don't have to keep the thing all night. Well, the minute Phil leaves, we're opening the safe, hauling the cup out, bringing it up to the boss's office. And his kid and my kid, we were put candy in the top of the Stanley Cup. And Jake and I can't think of what his son's name are climbing the cup to pull candy out of the top of it.
That's awesome. Formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, it sucks that Twitter's terrible now.
I haven't noticed that much of a change. The sports people are still on it.
I miss it. I miss good Twitter. I was addicted. I was totally.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton. David with the day off today. Well, not really the day off. The day off from the show. He worked last night, Monday Night Football, traveled to Dallas overnight. He's heading to El Paso today to work the Sun Bowl for CBS. A riveting game between Louisville and Washington. Louisville's a 1-point favorite. That game, I believe, was at 2:00. Have you been to a Washington Husky?
Yes.
You done the whole experience of tailgating and the whole thing?
Yes.
Or just covered games?
No. When I lived in Seattle, the Huskies are such a big deal there, and I never could get into college sports. I grew up in the Northeast. College football wasn't a thing. Syracuse football was a thing, but that was kind of it. And the way people were gaga for when Rick Neuheisel got the job, and Rick Neuheisel and I didn't really get along, and the Huskies were a big thing. They were a big deal. I don't know. I can't really say that I have this disdain for them anymore. I don't really care. I was hoping they beat Michigan in the national championship last year because I hate Michigan more, but yeah, it was Washington.
So did you tailgate from a boat?
I didn't, but I know the radio station that I worked for had a boat, and they did all those things. I didn't. I was I'm a nervous Nelly, and I always want to get my press box, hours before, and then I was there. When I was there, they they imploded the Kingdome, and the new stadium that they have, the Quest Field or whatever that's called, it wasn't built yet. And so the Seahawks played at Husky Stadium. So I went to Husky games at Husky Stadium, and I went to Seahawk games at Husky Stadium for a whole season.
That would be. I don't want to say bucket list, but I would like to see a game there. That would be a neat experience.
Montlake. It's a cool stadium. It's neat. It's fine. It's it is what it is.
Tennessee's another one right on the river with they call it the Volunteer Navy and all the boats lined up. I just think that would be a cool scene.
All the seaplanes. Yeah. It's really beautiful. I'm going to be there on Monday. I cannot believe that. I'm going to Seattle on Monday. It's crazy.
How many shows will you? Are you a sleeper on the plane, or are you watching? Are you downloading a bunch of shows to watch the entire?
I will watch a series. I will watch a ton. I can't sleep on planes. I flew to Japan and I watched like 6 movies. Yeah.
Oh wow. I'd be
I
out the
can't sleep
entire
on
time.
pain.
All right, college football today and tomorrow. Penn State and Boise today. 3 games tomorrow. Texas, Arizona State, Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, and Georgia. And Seth, it's funny because we do a lot of college football on the show. David and I are big college football guys. David's a bigger Saturday guy than Sunday guy. I always was a bigger Saturday guy than Sunday guy. As I've gotten older, I've become more of an NFL guy. I just, it's the best league. It's the best players. I like watching who the best players are. I've said it all along because I grew up and the Lions were so bad. I don't have an affinity for the Lions. Do I want them to win? Of course. I'm
sure.
But if they lose, I don't lose any sleep over it. So I don't really have an NFL team. I like to watch the best games. But for you, Seth, you don't have the college football bug at all. Like, you watched Syracuse in their bowl game against Washington State.
I did. I saw that. Yes. Great second half.
But you have, like, tonight and tomorrow, this doesn't grab you. Why?
I think it's because I don't have a horse in the race. The colleges, I believe that fandom in a sport has to do with a team, and college football, for some reason, for me, unless I have a horse in the race, unless I care about one of the teams that wins, I don't feel it. 10 years ago, I used to rail against Penn State. I couldn't stand Penn State. Now, I don't really care. I can't pretend. I can't have fake enthusiasm for something. Now, I can watch it. I can follow it. My job, with iHeart and what I do covering sports, I'll pay attention to it. I know who's playing, and so far the games, the college football playoff have been lackluster at best. This is what everybody campaigned for. This is what all the realignment was for. This is what all the television rights for. This is what everything was for. I hope these games are classics, because if they're not, it's going to be just more rhetoric.
Well, I've got to give it up for Arizona State. Of all the games, the Ohio State-Oregon game seems to be the best matchup. It's the one most of us are most intrigued by. And Georgia and Notre Dame with the backup quarterback, we'll see. Georgia's a 1-point favorite despite Carson Beck not playing in the game. But the game today, and particularly the 1:00 game tomorrow, I'm getting fascinated with Texas and Arizona State, because here's Arizona State, a 13-point dog, and they are talking like they're a 13-point favorite. Their quarterback earlier in the week, Sam Leavitt, talked about Quinn Ewers, the Texas quarterback. I'm going to prove why I'm the better quarterback. Okay,
go for it.
Media relations. No one told you not to say any of these things. Good for you for saying them.
Yeah.
And then my favorite name left in college football, the running back, Cam Scatterbo.
Yep.
Which is just fun to say from Arizona State. He doubled down. Scatterbo yesterday. There's nobody out there that can stop me. I'm going to continue saying that people are going to try to stop me. There's nobody out there that can stop me. We've played in 13 games. I've been the target on each one, so I'm not too worried. We're going to play our game and play ball and see what happens there.
Will he do an interview if they get blown out?
Great question. It's college. It's not like pro sports where if you talk a lot of smack, you can guarantee there's going to be a microphone put in your face.
Yeah.
This kid's a special back, but Texas's defense, particularly against the run, they are only allowing 104 rushing yards per game, 3.1 yards per carry. That's the matchup in this. They want to go to Scatterbo. They want him to run it. They want him to catch it out of the backfield. There's a reason they're a 13-point dog, but I'm the opposite of you. When this guy comes out and talks this way and has this much moxie before the game, I'd like to see him rush for 180 yards tomorrow. I'd like to see him live up to what he is saying. I don't think that he will.
Yeah, I like the train wreck. I like the car accident. I hope that he winds up getting stuffed, and next thing you know, Arizona State loses by 30, and he has to face the music. That's what I would love.
It would be, I guess if they were the 13-point favorite talking that way and had to eat their words, I'd probably be with you. But the fact of the matter is, if they lose and get blown out, everybody's expecting them to get blown out.
Yesterday for iHeart, I had to do Phoenix. I did extensive Phoenix reports. I was on KGME and or whatever the call letters are, Fox Sports 910, whatever that was. But anyway, I was doing it, and I had to do extensive previews of ASU, and I was reading all those quotes, and we were playing some of the sound bites and all that stuff. Yeah. See, my reaction then was, watch, Texas will win by 30.
And they probably will.
Yeah.
But Scadaboo, he made no bones about it after the Heisman. He said he was a better back than the kid from Boise, Genty. So he has not been afraid to get his lip service out in front of the games. And he played great in the Big 12 championship game. He's played great all year. How will he do against Texas's defense? I would imagine not well. I expect Texas to win this game and win it handily. I'm hoping for a great game, but so far we haven't come close to a great game. We've had 4 bad games.
Do you think any of these these 4 quarterfinal games will be like a classic? Like a classic.
I think Oregon and Ohio State has the ability to be classic because they're both really good teams.
You think that'll be undecided in the fourth quarter?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. If it's decided anyway, I think it's the Buckeyes.
I'd love to see Oregon win that. Yeah.
The game was close last time. Ohio State turned it over twice. I believe Oregon didn't turn it over. So I think that is, and then Notre Dame and Georgia should be a good game. I don't think it'll have the explosiveness because there's a lot more defense. Miller and Moulton getting ready for the college football quarterfinals. Thanks for listening. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, I moved, right? I told you that. Oh. You there?
I'm here.
Oh, so I moved.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the fights that we're having in this whole shenanigan is this generational piano. It was my grandmother's piano, then it was my mom's piano. When my mom died, I took the piano. She who should not be named is demanding that the piano be taken out of the house. And I don't want to get rid of it because it's been in my family for generations, and I want to. So Thursday, I hired a moving company, and I'm $300, and I am going to be there at 8 a.m. to supervise the pickup of this piano, and there's going to be a piano in this tiny little apartment. It's not tiny; it's a nice size apartment, but this is going to look so weird. I can't even tell you. But
Do
I
you
don't know
play?
What?
Can you play it?
I could in the past. I have already downloaded 2 iPad apps
Nice.
for tutorials, and I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to do like 20 minutes a day. I think I would love to relearn it. It would be cool.
It would be very cool.
It would be very cool. But yeah, it's going to be weird having. I think I'm the only person in this building that's going to have a piano in the building.
My wife wanted to relearn piano, so I bought her an electric piano a few years ago for Christmas.
Nice.
Yeah, it just sits there. She never relearned.
No, I'm gonna try. There's my New Year's resolution.
There we go.
I'm gonna play the piano.
My mom can play a little bit, so she'll come over and she can read music and she'll fudge through a
That's
song or
awesome.
two.
It's a cool skill.
It's a great skill.
Any musical instrument is remarkable.
I learned how to play guitar in my late 40s. I can fudge through a song or two, but there are just certain things that my hands, it was too late in life to ever really get good at bar chords and some of the things. So there's only so far I could get.
That's awesome.
But if you want me to knock down a Bad Eagles song, I'm your guy.
I'm gonna learn some Prince songs. He'd be proud. He asked me when I met him, he said, "Do you play an instrument?" And I said, "I can't lie." I said, "I could play the piano 20 years ago, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to bullshit you and say that I could play an instrument because I can't."
Waiting for your kids to wake up. Well, what are you doing? Would you shut up, Dad?
No, I told them. I warned them. They're not up. They haven't woken up. I'm taking them to brunch at 10 o'clock.
$10, isn't that just breakfast?
Whatever. Call it whatever you want. No, I'm going to play piano and I'm going to film it and I'm going to put it on TikTok.
There you go. We won't have TikTok by then.
It's going to be banned, right?
Yeah.
Just when I started getting used to something.
It's the only thing I like it for is watching old music clips.
I love TikTok. TikTok is the greatest. It's so much fun.
I can go down that hole pretty quickly.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
That's Mark playing the guitar, by the way.
Boy, I wish that it was. I'd be impressed with myself.
Take no credit for that. You could have sold it.
Yeah.
I was recording it on a Sunday at the NFL games.
That would be fun if I did my own bumper music. Miller and Moulton on a New Year's Eve. Seth Everett, that's the voice you hear filling in for David today. David will be back on the 2nd. We have tomorrow off. A best of will run across the network. And we'll be back after New Year's Day with the college football quarterfinals done. And we'll find out if we got a game. But I wanted to get your thoughts on this Florida State story that I mentioned during the starting five. 6 former Florida State basketball players are suing Seminole head coach Leonard Hamilton. accusing him of failing to follow through on promised $250,000 NIL payments. Darren Heitner, who's been on the show many times, he's an attorney who was big in the NIL from the get-go, one of the leaders in this category, is representing these players. It seems pretty straightforward. They have text messages saying that they were supposed to get paid. I'm curious, Seth, as we go forward. David has been a big proponent, and I have started to agree with him that these athletes are going to have to be employees. That there is no two, with these lawsuits coming and the pay to play already here, how they get around this without putting these players under some sort of a contract.
Right. Well,
so do you propose contracts? Do you propose employees? How do you see any way to resolve this? Because I think this is the first of many lawsuits. Already had the kid at UNLV, the quarterback who quit playing because he said he was going to get paid, never got paid. To get from the he said to getting paid and getting a contract, do you have any thoughts as to how to get this done where it is a little more above board than what we're doing right now?
I had an interesting conversation. There's a guy in Wisconsin who helps sell my podcast, right? And we have a rev share split. And so he'll call me on a Tuesday and he'll say, hey, Manscaped wants to do 6 episodes on Sports with Friends. And okay, we have to do a one sheet. It's not a long contract. It's not an employee contract. I don't work for him. He doesn't work for me. There's nothing to terminate. But I think that any NIL deal should be done like sponsoring Sports with Friends. Like it needs to have some kind of a document. There's a DocuSign. I get it in the email. I fill it out. I know it. I write it down on my trusty little paper, and I know what days I have to do commercials for. And it's such a simple negotiation. And if Darren Heitner was on this show right now, all I would say to him is, when someone pays a player, okay, let you said player, Scattaboo, when there's an NIL deal, is it an up and up real deal because this is now all legal, or is it an under the table like the old days used to pay players?
Well, NIL's never happened. I mean, really and truly, they wanted this to be name, image, and likeness. And yes, we see the occasional player that's doing the Dr. Pepper ad. Quinn Ewers is doing all those. Those are the high profile guys. But most of these guys are simply getting paid to play.
They're just getting money. Right. They're just getting money. But it doesn't, but there doesn't have to be in the term of service of the contract. You don't have to say he has to do X amount of hours. He has to do an appearance at a car dealership. Any of these things. The reality, to me at least, has to be these simply have to be okay. It's like a standard one sheet. And you fill out your name and you sign it at the bottom and you plug in, there's a blank where it says the amount and you sign it. And that's all NIL deals. And they all have to go into the NIL pot, this massive bucket of receipts. And that's how you have to do it. And you could do it all digitally and you could do it all clean. And what it sounds like, if you're telling me that there are lawsuits all over the country waiting to happen, that means that even though you have name, image, and likeness, this is as shady as it's ever been. What was the point? Well, then what's different than 20 years ago?
Promising payment. This is the second time that I know of the UNLV quarterback and now the Florida State situation where the coaches are promising payments to these players and not fulfilling their promise.
But what's the basis of the promise? Were they told? Like, that's the other thing. Like, if you take a contractor work, right, and you say, hey, I'm getting paid, $10,000 to put this roof on, I'm going to pay you $1,000. If I don't get the $10,000 from the client for the roof, I can't pay you $1,000. Who's to blame here? Did the coach say it deceptively? Or did the coach say it because he thought he was going to get $10,000, and so I'm going to pay all my offensive linemen $1,000 each? I'm using round numbers just for the sake of the conversation. If that exists, and if it's a simple transaction, then you can do a simple one sheet and document this stuff. If you're doing it under the table and you're doing it because like a drug deal, then sell your gummies elsewhere.
I need an eighth and a quarterback stat. Apparently, the players, and according to the story that I'm reading, that Hamilton not only promised each of them directly, but assured their family members there would be a payment.
Oh, to me, this is an open and shut case. He either did it or he didn't, but he did it. And what his defense is, the coach's defense is saying, we never got it in. It's like wimpy.
Well, and that's why I think what you're going to see is a lot like what Belichick with Lombardi coming to North Carolina, is that these coaches don't want to be involved in this. That you're going to see the hierarchy in college be a lot more like the pros, where there's going to be a general manager of sorts, and his job is to pay the players.
And that's why Jim Larrañaga said, I'm out of here.
Well, Jim Larrañaga was doing just fine when Ruiz had the bucket of money and he was buying all the players for Larrañaga.
Right.
Larrañaga looks like a hypocrite to me, to sit there and pay the players for several years, and then maybe when the money's not there or whatever's going wrong, I've got to get out because of NIL. It was working pretty damn well for you.
Is this what Wojnarowski's job is?
Yes, it is.
That's his job.
GM at St. Bonaventure. Exactly.
I'll do that job. How hard could that be?
As long as the money there's, the job's pretty easy.
My guy Justin in Wisconsin could easily do it.
I actually know Justin in Wisconsin. I hooked him up with a friend of mine that does podcast deals for him as well. Good guy in Wisconsin.
Yes, he is.
Bust out.
Yeah, well, he worked with Chris Landry.
There you go. All
That's
coming full circle now.
That's your connection.
So that's one of the cases that's out there that I want to pay attention to in the coming weeks, because this seems, I mean, the players were going to walk out. Hamilton then promised and the payment would show up. The payment never showed up. And this is basketball with 6 players. What happens when it's a football team? What happens when it's an offensive line? What happens when it's the playoff and Ohio State's players didn't get paid because there's no formal contract? And the player says, oh, I'm not playing in the playoff game.
Well, I know you get annoyed because I only talk about my teams, but let me ask you an honest question. Kyle McCord, right? Kyle McCord, the guy from Ohio State, transferred, right? He's broke all these ACC records, broke all these records. He is applying to the NCAA for a 5th season. Is that because he'll make more money if he plays one more year of college football than he would riding the bench in the pros?
If he could make a team in the pros, Seth, absolutely. Like, right. I don't know if he's good enough to make. I don't think he's good enough to make an NFL
either. That's right.
And now with the kid at Vanderbilt and the JUCO, you may have 6-7 year college kids. You know, with that JUCO thing saying that's not years of eligibility, you could have a 6-year college student. Why wouldn't you?
Did you see the thing on Twitter? I'll retweet it. The thing on Twitter about the player for the University of Miami that was hugging his coach after completing his 9-year career. He played college football for 9 seasons.
Well, and that was the other big story we had. Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, and I'm sure you saw the story, Seth. He played the first half of the bowl game and then did not play the second half, and people are irate. He set a record. He had no need to play the bowl game other than to set this record. He set the record, set out. People in our Twitch chat room were going nuts, saying how selfish he was. It's an exhibition game. It's a bowl game. Cam Ward would have never played in that bowl game if I was his father. Not taking a chance at missing out on generational money in the first round of the NFL draft. There's no insurance that I could buy 100%. That would take the place of what he could potentially earn in the National Football League.
Yeah, 100%.
So I'm not taking a chance with my kid if he's in that position. He wouldn't have been playing the bowl game. I give Sanders and Hunter all the credit in the world. Would have never played for Colorado in that bowl game. Not in a million years.
Yeah.
Not if I'm going to be the first, second, or third pick in the NFL draft.
Yep. Meanwhile, the headlines on all the New York tabloids today are all how the Giants have ruined their life.
Well, they have. They needed a quarterback, and now they're going to have to make a move in order to get one of them because
Oh my God, that makes me laugh so much.
right now the draft order's New England. Well, they don't need a quarterback, so you could trade with them. Tennessee needs a quarterback. Cleveland's acting like they don't, but they need a quarterback. The Giants are picking fourth. There's 2 quarterbacks in the draft. They're not going to get one.
Nope, they're not. They are not. Joe Flacco.
And I don't see Sam Darnold coming back to New York, even if it was for the Giants.
Nope. Sam Darnold, and I want to talk to Pat Kirwan. Did you see the rumor about the Seahawks?
With Sam Darnold?
Yeah. That would be a nice fit.
Well, I don't know. I'll worry about rumors when the season ends. A little too early to start speculating about rumors. Yeah, they've still got a Geno Smith thing going on there. But Seattle's one of those teams that they just middle. They got rid of Pete Carroll because he couldn't get him past the 9-8 hump. Well, they're right there again.
Well,
so things haven't changed in Seattle.
Yep. He ditched USC when the Heat came on, but he won the Super Bowl.
Yes, he did. And we'll see if he gets back into coaching. Rumor has it he is interested in the Bears job. I think there are a lot of coaches holding out to see what happens in Jacksonville when they clean house on Monday as well. Was reading yesterday that Ben Johnson, highly rumored to be going to Jacksonville. In fact, some saying it's already a done deal that he would take over in Jacksonville, the Lions offensive coordinator, who's been the genius behind that offense. Detroit getting the win last night, despite a game that they didn't have to play anyone. They played everyone. And we talked about it from the show open. If anybody would have been hurt, Dan Campbell would be getting crushed today. Instead, it's just his way. We'll talk to Pat about that and the upcoming NFL games as well and what's going on in a league that does not have a lot to play for in its final week. They've worked so hard to get these final games with meaning this year with the disparity from the haves and have-nots. Not a lot going on in Week 18 in the NFL. Very unusual to have this many playoff teams already determined heading into the final week.
Well, and Week 17 was so odd with the 2 Netflix games, the 3 Saturday games, the Thursday night game. There were like 2 games going on in the 4 o'clock window in the NFL. There were 2 games, the Dolphins and the Browns and I was loving that because it was Kevin Burkhardt was calling the game for Fox and Andrew Catalan was calling the game for CBS, and I was flipping between Andrew Catalan and Kevin Burkhardt. That is perfection for me.
Not perfection for me when you only have 2. I'm with you. 2 games in the 4 o'clock window.
It's weird.
But you're right. With the Netflix games, the Thursday game, they set themselves up for this. And now we head into the final week. A couple of Saturday games and then a full slate on Sunday being led by the Lions and Vikings, which will be Sunday night. But the AFC North playing on Saturday and then everything else on Sunday with the night game with Detroit and Minnesota that will determine the 1 seed in the NFC. I don't know right now out of the Vikings, the Lions, and the Eagles who I'm going to pick. The Eagles looked like they were the most complete team.
To go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Out of the
Lions.
NFC.
I'm all Lions.
Not with that defense. I don't know if they can score 40 every game in the playoffs because that's what they need to do. They can't stop anybody.
Barkley. Yeah.
And I love the way the Vikings are playing. I'm fired up for the matchup between the Vikings and the Lions for that 1 seed. Detroit's worked so hard. They're listed as a 3-point favorite off the hop in that game against Minnesota on Sunday night. We'll talk to Pat about everything that happened this past week in the NFL. Start looking ahead a little bit as well as Pat Kirwan joins us next on Miller and Moulton. Poll question is up. It's about New Year's. It's about your New Year's resolution. How long will you keep your New Year's resolution? A few weeks, a month, all year, or I don't make them, which seems to be the overwhelming majority. Pat Kirwan, he's next right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, boys.
Morning, Pat.
How are you, man?
I'm good.
Hey,
How are
man.
you?
Good. Hey, Seth, how are you?
Good. I'm gonna bug David for your number. Is that okay?
I'll give it to you right now.
No,
Nope.
we got people on
Nope,
Twitter.
nope.
I'll pass it along to him.
911.
That's funny. That's what I have in my luggage.
Oh, Lord.
So would you have played everybody last night?
I'm always nervous about it. You know, the reality, Kyle and I talked about it on Sunday because he had to address it, but you really can't sit everyone. You can only sit some. And you're going to leave starters out there. I would say this. I would have sat the running back. But I know Dan. Dan is like, he likes momentum, and he feels he's got momentum, and he doesn't want to lose it and try to teach his team to just survive a game. He's not like that. So they held their breath, and they made it happen. But I don't know. It's hard to say you shouldn't sit, guys. That, that Montgomery's out, I would have sat the other kid.
Yeah. They did a little bit, and they did a little more in the second half. They ran Reynolds a few more times, but
well, that's really the question becomes a bigger question for Kansas City. Like 24 days off between games. Are they really going to do that? I think he's going to get his first string ready this week, like you have a normal week, play him for 2 or 3 series there and get him out. But I don't think you don't want to sit your guys for 24 days. we don't really hit anymore at practice. They're probably out of padded practices. The postseason's not here yet. It's a long time. But no one's better at playing off a bye than Andy Reid, so maybe he's got it figured out. But I'm anxious to watch what they do in Week 18, just so they don't waste this week having everyone sit around doing nothing. Hey, one thing I figured out, Week 17 in the 1 o'clock window is for fired coaches. You see how many guys were playing at 1 o'clock that look like their careers are over?
Well, you got that right. That's a good call.
And it's like, you don't want to be in the 1 o'clock on Week 17. Now, I would say this. There's no way I'm playing Saquon Barkley for an individual record, because if he ever goes down, their whole thing goes down.
They're done.
Yeah. Save it for the show.
Yep.
I'm eating animal crackers.
Healthy life. Well, the good news is you get to go back to Kansas City this year, Pat. I know you're excited about that.
Oh yeah, same bartender, same steakhouse. Yeah, I think many years in a row here. Last year it wasn't that cold. 2 years ago, you couldn't even recognize me. I had just my eyeballs sticking out, nothing else. It is so cold out there. All
right, here we go.
Very good. Fired to be here. It's always fun.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
The 8 o'clock hour on Miller and Moulton. David has the day off today, at least from the show. He is making his way to El Paso for the Sun Bowl. David will return on Thursday. We have the day off tomorrow on New Year's Day. We'll run a best of and be here in 2025 for you. But it is this time each and every week during the football season that we are joined by one Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio is moving the chains. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. How are you, sir?
Good morning, men. Good to hear your voices. Got a chance to listen to the last 5-10 minutes of the segment before, so lots of things going on in the National Football
That was
League.
the best segment of the day. Everything else has been garbage.
Well, I love that college stuff. It's a little bit like pro football, but there is no salary cap, and every college player is a free agent. None of them have contracts that they can't come free. They can all be free. There's no salary cap on the teams. So from the world I came from, those two things make it feel a lot different than pro football.
Pat, I asked you before we came on the air, I'll let you tell it to our audience, how reluctant would you have been to play your starters last night if you were Detroit, and what was truly a meaningless game for the Lions?
Yeah, it was. I'd be nervous about doing it. We'll have some examples of guys this week that should be thinking about it. But Dan Campbell, who I've come to know very well, he's a momentum guy. He's created this, we're going to win, and we're not afraid to win, and we're not going to budge. And I don't think he wanted to lose that and have a game where he announced it was meaningless, in a sense of, don't worry, just don't get hurt. And he's right about one thing that's true. You can't sit everybody, not on these limited rosters. So which 7 or 8 guys are you going to sit? And which guys are you going to say, you know what, you go out there and take the risk. We're not going to play. Now, would I have – I would not have played the running back for Detroit because with that Montgomery down, I'm not going to risk getting Gibbs hurt, which leads me to Philadelphia. They should – I don't care about personal records, and nor should Saquon. That team will not get to the Super Bowl if Saquon gets hurt this week, so wouldn't play him at all.
Okay, same question, though, for Josh Allen.
I wouldn't play Josh. And
not even a quarter, not even I'm not disagreeing with you, but
No.
is there any part of you that says these guys should play a series, like a preseason game?
Well, the Kansas City team, we already know that they're going to get a first round bye, so they should play the guys at practice all week like you're going to play, and then play them a series or two because 24 days off is too much. Buffalo, this is their bye. Week 18 is the bye for the teams that are not the 1 seed.
Right.
So there's only one that can say that. Kansas City, Detroit, and Minnesota have to play for the 1. So there's only one team out there that's got that issue. Buffalo, you're in your bye. Sit Josh. Josh is not one of those guys that's chasing records. He just wants to win. So, yeah, I'd sit him.
With Saquon, if the offensive line, the one thing I've been hearing for the past couple of days, it's not just Saquon that wants that record, it's the offensive line. The offensive line's largely going to have to play, Pat. What do you tell those guys who want to set the record for their running back?
Sorry, but our goal is the Super Bowl.
Sorry.
And sorry about that, fellas. And if you have a lineman or two that's dinged up and he's playing not at 100%, yeah, sit him. But I think I don't know Nick well enough to know if Nick can sell that to his players. But you got to get away from the personal record stuff. It's not worth it to give up the Super Bowl for it. And I think most guys will understand that if you present it the right way. But as I said, the bye for everybody else except Kansas City is this week. So be smart about what you're going to do. We know Minnesota's a big-time game against Detroit. We also know that Tampa Bay has to win. Atlanta has to win. So there are teams that have things that they have to do. And Atlanta's chasing Tampa, which I don't think they're going to get them. Tampa's going to blow out New Orleans, who looks dead flat in the water. So not them. The Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game comes after the Baltimore game, so that might be decided, except Cincinnati's run around. The Chargers. Here's the thing about Pittsburgh, though. They're playing to be the 5 seed. You lose that game and the Chargers win, you could find yourself in the 6 seed. And I don't think they'll never admit that, but they don't want to be the 6. You want to be the 5 and go to Houston.
Right. There's a massive difference in the opponent. On the other side, the losers. Let's talk about losers because that's my favorite topic. The New York Giants beating Indianapolis inexplicably. I still thought in the fourth quarter that Indy was going to find a way to beat them, and I was shocked that the Giants did. How much did they screw their plan, and does that maybe change their attitude on Joe Shane and Brian Daboll?
Those are great questions. Number one, I was
Good night,
shocked
everybody.
Drew Lock played well. He hasn't played well. I've never observed him playing well. So that he played well was a little bit of a surprise to me. Look, the Giants were facing an 0 home record. And I'll say that I say this all the time. There's not one player I ever met that cared about getting the first pick in the draft.
No, the players aren't going to care, but how much did they screw themselves?
Well, what were they going to do? Take out Locke and put DeVito in? He might have won too. So I don't know how you can control it unless you try to put 10 out there. No kidding. I'm only kidding on that one. But no, it happens almost every year that some guy, some team that's totally out of it. And by the way, I don't really like the quarterbacks at the top of the draft. I don't even know if I like any of the quarterbacks. So I don't know that I'd be losing my marbles because I'm losing Shador or the kid from Miami. Guys that I know think it's a lousy draft for quarterbacks. And the quote was, "Thank God I don't need a quarterback this year because I wouldn't want these guys."
Pat, we addressed it yesterday, but I want you to address it from an NFL personnel standpoint. Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback, played the first half of his bowl game. He set a record and then set out the second half. There are people who are up in arms. Now, Mario Cristobal, the head coach, did nothing to save his quarterback and say this was discussed at a time. He said it's a matter that's internal and we don't discuss those things, which I think is idiotic. But from an NFL standpoint, did Cam Ward hurt any of his draft stock by sitting out the second half of the bowl game?
Well, there's always old school guys, and I hate to tag them that way, that would be offended by that or think it's a warning sign of what you're getting. But the conflict for me with Ward is that he signed up to play in the Senior Bowl. So he's going to go down there and risk injury too, but he couldn't do it in the second half of his game. So what he's done to himself more than anything else, he's going to get asked by basically 32 teams minus one or two why he did it. So he's going to have to answer that over and over again. He better have a straight answer, and he better have a consistent answer, because guys will compare notes on what he said. Hey, what did he say to you when you asked him about sitting out? So he's just opened a can of worms for himself. There are guys that don't care, and they probably would have preferred if he didn't play at all. Now, I know I'll tell you, it's funny because I have a scouting report from a team that's looking for a quarterback, and it was written about a month ago, and he sent me a copy of it. You know what it said? Played good in the first half, somewhat inconsistent in the second half. I started laughing when I saw him. Well, how do I take the inconsistent out? I don't play in the second half. No, I and I heard you guys talking about Darnold. Darnold's easy for me. I'm going to franchise tag him. I'm not letting him out. I'm going to franchise tag him just like the San Diego tagged Drew Brees. Rivers held out. Brees had to play. He played well. I was very close to John Butler at the time. They thought Brees is not very good. That's why they drafted Rivers. Brees had to play. He played well. Then they tagged him. And then the year after that, he got hurt. But you know what? At the end of the year, he got hurt. But that's a simple solution. I'm not letting Darnold out. In fact, I'm going to tag him and then say, do you want to do a 3-year deal with us? And if he says no, then I'll leave him on the tag. If he says yes, in 2026, I'm trading McCarthy.
What do the Seahawks do with Geno Smith?
Well, I think like a lot of teams, there's not going to be a lot of quarterbacks on the market that are good. Cousins, I'm not taking Cousins. Darnold won't be on the market. I think they're going to get stuck having to play him. And, maybe they, and I have no answer for you that I like, but I talked to Cooper Rush. Now, he didn't play very well the other day, but he played really well in almost every other game he's played. I'd go sign him, let him compete to start, see what happens. But you're going to have to weather a year or two. You can't solve the quarterback thing every year. We all know that. Now, I will say this about the Senior Bowl, Seth, and I've gone to 32 straight Senior Bowls. When you have a draft like this that's not very strong at quarterback, someone at the Senior Bowl is going to emerge. Josh Allen, Carson Wentz. There's going to be a bunch of Russell Wilson. There's going to be guys that are going to go there. Oh, Donovan McNabb went there as a 3rd-round pick, left as a 1st-round pick. So they're looking for that 3rd guy and maybe even the 4th guy. And I think the Senior Bowl is going to have an opportunity for some guy that we're not talking about to start looking like a real good alternative to what's out there.
That's a great point.
Pat, what the hell was Raheem Morris and the Falcons thinking at the end of regulation?
I talked to Raheem yesterday. I didn't bring it up because he addressed it in his press conference, which was 5 minutes before he came on with me. I said, why am I going to torture the guy? It was a mistake. He made it. His staff made it. Whoever talks to him in his helmet from the booth made it. Whoever's talking to the quarterback on the field made it. So, yeah, he has to take the full blame for it. But I don't know. I think every week we talk about another coaching blunder. I don't get why these guys don't all have a retired head coach who doesn't want to be at practice every day, but is willing to meet you on Sundays, wherever you are, and get on a headset and say, challenge that play, don't challenge that play, call a timeout, and have a guy who's competent. I knew one guy who did it for a team, and he quit because he said, I keep telling him what to do, and he keeps doing what he wants. So, I don't know, but you better have someone upstairs. I mean, if I was hiring a head coach right now, who's your OC, who's your DC, who's your line coach, who's your special teams coach, who's your booth guy? You better answer those questions to my satisfaction.
I mean, it's funny. It's almost similar to what David does with Aikman. He's another set of eyes for an analyst, another set of eyes for a coach that's just paying attention to clock and timeouts and things of that nature, because we all know there's a lot going on for a head coach during the game, and sometimes these slip through the cracks. It seems like it's an easy fix. Pat, you've been advocating for this for 4 years at minimum on our show for these coaches to have someone. And
I did it. I had the job for 2 years when Pete was in New York, and it was an interesting time. it's a more complicated game now, and there's a lot of things going on, and challenges are different. There's a lot of things that you would like to challenge. I think Belichick had it right the first time. We don't want any more challenges. We just want to challenge everything, which of course would never pass. But the Booth guy is critical, huge, because the decision making and the scrutiny of the coach, which eventually leads the owner to think I've got an incompetent guy. You got to clean that up.
More with Pat Kirwan coming on the other side. We got to get to break. Pat, thanks.
Yep.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You staying home tonight, Mark?
Oh, yeah. I can't tell you the last time I went out on a New Year's Eve.
I hate New Year's Eve. My wife, though, my daughter and a couple of my grandkids were here, and then they had to leave for hockey, of course. But she left us tickets to that Jim Gaffigan, the comedian tonight, and it's at 7:30. So I'm okay with that. But otherwise,
that's perfect.
Yeah.
My mother, who's 80, for years lived on Marco Island, and they would do New Year's at 9:00 at night, and I'll go home. I thought that was hysterical.
Yeah.
Marco New Year.
Netflix, when my kids were young, when the beginning of Netflix, they would have these 10-minute Netflix shows that were fake countdowns.
Oh, really?
So you'd play it on Netflix, and they would be like, "Oh, it's coming down! Happy New Year, Happy New!" And they would have fireworks and all that stuff. And then it would end. The Netflix show would end, and you'd tell your kids to go to bed.
Oh, we like that. God,
isn't that great?
You should not have kept that a secret, Seth. I could have used that for 20 years.
Yes.
Well, you know what? Now, sometimes my kids go out, but we're not up there at this year, but we were 2 years ago. And all of a sudden, my wife and I take the 9 grandkids, try to play games with them while their parents go out together. And
my kids are, I have a 16-year-old. She's going to a party, and I'm on driver duty.
Yeah. Which is also dangerous on you.
Of course, but I that's why I'm a control nut. I want to be the guy. I'll stay up all night if I have to.
Tell me what you think of this, Seth and Mark. I would have offered McCarthy a deal last week and basically let him turn it down so I know he's not coming back. I would have forced him with a deal. Say, you know what, Mike? We'd like to do a deal now. Here's the offer.
Interesting.
Why are you walking around wondering what he's going to do? And Mike is playing it like a poker player too, which I love. But I would have forced his hand to show me what he was thinking.
Do you think he's looking for another job?
I think he's got another job if he leaves.
Vegas?
For First off, I don't want to mention it because someone's listening, and I think they're not fired yet. But
Okay.
but I think Mike has one waiting if he wants to go.
I'll tell you what, Pat. What's happened?
That you won't mention, but you'll give your phone number out.
Yeah.
I
I gave my phone number out to listeners on my radio show. Okay.
You proved yourself right this year with the debacle that's happened in Chicago. Proves why you should not fire coaches in season.
Did anyone who fired their coach in season play better?
No.
It was a disaster. I'll tell you another thing that was proven once again. Hire a veteran head coach. The Chargers did. Denver did a year ago. Washington did. Atlanta did. And those guys got their teams right in the mix. You don't have time to teach a young guy anymore how to get ready. And if you're looking for the Dan Campbell or the O'Connell, it's Russian roulette. And they won't give these guys enough time. If I was doing this again, we'd hire a veteran head coach just because no one's giving a guy more than 2.5 years. Middle of the second year, they're like getting ready to fire him.
I'm seeing Ben Johnson linked with Jacksonville over and over.
Yeah.
They haven't fired their guy yet either. So
he's a fine coach, and they have a quarterback. I could see why he'd think. If I'm Ben Johnson, I'm not taking a job to take a job. I'm waiting for a good one, and that's good enough.
I'm right there with you. And Chicago would not be the job I would take.
Well, you got to look at the rest of that. Detroit's not going anywhere. Green Bay's on the rise. Minnesota's already there. So yeah, it's a tough division.
And
in 2.5 years.
Ownership's awful.
Well, if you just meet him at karaoke on Wednesday nights, you might be able to change his mind on things.
Yeah.
I think he's still singing every Wednesday. Ba-da-bum-bum.
I have two that I think you'll like.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, joined by Pat Kirwan. David with the day off today as he heads to the Sun Bowl. He will be back on Thursday. We both have the day off tomorrow, running the best of down the network line. And we'll be back starting on January 2nd in 2025. Are you working New Year's Day, Pat?
Why don't you answer that question, Mark?
I know you are.
I'm working today until 7 p.m. and then tomorrow I'm on 2 to 6.
There you go.
No rest for the wicked. Never is.
It's football season.
Hey, Pat, before we get back into the NFL stuff, you've been with CBS Sports for a long time. Last week, since we had you on, the passing of Greg Gumbel.
Yeah.
I've been in broadcasting for 30 years. I never got a chance to meet him, but I've worked with dozens of people that have sworn by this guy. Just to comment for a second about Greg and what kind of a human he was.
Thanks for asking. We became good friends. He ran the desk at the NFL Today show while I was there, and we became very good friends. He's an interesting guy. It was so easy for Greg. Some guys really sometimes over prepare. They could meet all day and night. Greg was just walked in and said, okay, what do we do? Okay, no problem. And he relaxed the talent on the set. He was very good at that. As a person, very kind for starters, but he loved comedy. He'd always talk to me about his favorite stations on Sirius, the comedy stations, all the time. And he had a quick wit too, but it was really understated. And he'd turn to me sometimes and have a comment about someone on the set, and it would be really funny. And I always enjoyed. He'd say, "Pat, come out here for a minute." And people always thought, "Oh, he must need a football nugget or something." And he'd come out and say, "Do you believe what that guy just said?" You know.
Sounds like a real mensch of a guy.
Yep. And I've never met anyone that thought less of him. I will say one thing on a little note that's you can appreciate. You guys are in studios. The one thing about Greg, he liked the studio cold. And all the camera guys wore real winter coats with hoods or hats. It was so cold in there all the time. I felt like when he was there, we were living in a refrigerator. So, but
one Greg Gumbel story that I heard, he called the Super Bowl the year after David Tyree caught the ball in his helmet.
Yeah.
And he committed a broadcasting sin because he called the Santonio Holmes catch where, his tiptoes, and he immediately got caught up in the emotion and said that could be the greatest catch in Super Bowl history. And I was like, wait a minute. The greatest Super Bowl catch in history happened the year prior. Where is history? And I've heard Greg Gumbel do interviews about that and how that was something that he wishes he could take back.
I'm sure. And, he's a guy that's, as I said earlier, he's relaxed. So for him to get into the moment like that and slip up is not his style. I think, at CBS, I don't work with the basketball at all, but the basketball people had more to say than the football guys about the things that he did with the selection committee stuff. And all the basketball guys had a lot more reflection on, just handling March Madness and the marathon that thing is and how he did it. Yeah, I
just had Adam Zucker on Sports with Friends. I just couple of weeks ago. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah, and Adam took over for Greg on the, at the end there and had to.
Yep.
And Adam did a nice job. Guys were talking about, and I think Adam might have been more concerned about living up to the standard Greg had than he knew he could do the job. But it's like, it's like replacing Tom Brady. Only Baker Mayfield could do it.
Well, there you go. It's funny you gave me that right opening because I wanted to talk about the Bucs. I know it was Carolina, but Carolina played Tampa tough the last time. Took them to overtime. Probably should have beat them. And Tampa Bay, I'm trying to figure out who the team in the NFC is that I want to back heading into the playoffs. I picked the Lions before the season. I don't trust their defense. I love the way the Vikings are playing. The Eagles are playing really good football, but I think the Bucs are the team no one wants to play right now, Pat.
I agree with you. And now all of a sudden they're a scoring machine. Their coach, I'm talking to him today. He's always impressive with me about how he gets his team to play. They love him. Baker fears nothing, and he's launched Baker into this phase of his career, and he's very dangerous. Yeah, I do think when you compare 4 seeds, typically is the weakest spot because the worst division winner. But Tampa Bay, they're going to win this thing. They'll beat the Saints. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to play them. Now, it's going to be Detroit or Minnesota, most likely to play them. So that game is going to be tough on Tampa. If they ever got through that game, watch out. Didn't they go to Philly last year and beat them?
Yeah, they beat Philly in the playoffs. They beat Detroit earlier this year. They beat Philly earlier this year. They're certainly a team that's not afraid of anyone. And what a job they've done with that roster of being able to, Bucky Irving as a rookie, that offensive line with the center as a rookie. I mean, they have, Jason Light needs to be commended for his drafting because they have put a lot of rookies in this lineup and they've all produced for him, Pat.
Yep, they have. And they really are running the ball well, not just Bucky. They're just the run game in general is good. Baker is throwing touchdowns all over the place. Mike Evans, there's a reason Mike came back, and he came back at a bargain deal. And I think part of it was he knew he was going to get the ball delivered to him from Baker all the time. So, yeah, they're dangerous. Their coach, he doesn't care if he's on the road. He doesn't really care about any of that stuff. He's just got a football team that follows him, and he's a steady force.
Sorry about that. The other thing I wanted to ask you, and Rex Ryan came on a radio show and talked about how he's getting an interview. Ron Rivera has also been mentioned. There's one thing about going to a veteran coach. There's another thing about the word retread. What is your thought on where the Jets go? I know they don't want to hire a coordinator, but that's the list. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Mike, I think Vrabel might be great there, but why would Vrabel take that job? It's a job that's going to have to be sold. I think a lot of guys are nervous about it. Now, if you tell the guy that's coming in, you can hire the GM, which we've seen that model before. Certainly Andy Reid did that. Pete did it in Seattle. Belichick's been doing it forever. If you told them that, you might get someone interested in the job. I think they're gonna have to wait in line. New Orleans is a tough job because of the salary cap problem. So where are the good jobs? You know, Ron Rivera. I like Ron a lot. Rex is a character. I don't think those guys are going to get the job. Although if they land up in a situation where everyone turns them down, maybe they fall back on these things. But you know, did we see enough from Rodgers the other day that it's over?
Boy, I hope so, Pat.
I hope so.
Yeah.
This has been a disaster. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. It's been an unmitigated disaster.
So my own experience tells me they should consider very strongly Phil Savage to stay. And it might be a 2-year thing, but get them through, because who knows what they're talking about there. Phil's done this stuff. He knows what he's doing. Steady the ship. I think, and I know Phil well, and he could recruit a coach. You know, when we went after Parcells, Mr. Hess brought me in and said, look, we may not get him, and we may not get what's going on up there. This is before we got into the whole, and the process was, someday I'll write a book about it. But he said to me, he said, you better be ready to hold this thing down for a year. Who would you hire if we have to wait a year for these guys? And my answer was, Ron Earhart's here. It's a 1-year deal. No one's going to want to come for a 1-year deal. I'll do it, and he will be the coach if we get stuck and we don't pull this off. But Mr. Hess wanted Parcells so bad he was going to give away whatever it took to get him. But we did have a contingency plan. To me, the Jets need to keep Phil Savage, steady the GM thing in that sense, and let him recruit somebody. And maybe everyone knows it's a short-term deal. But
He's
but
Pat
I think
Kirwan.
the problem.
NFL's moving the chains. Happy New Year, Pat.
Happy New Year to both of you. Thanks for having me, guys.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
Do you have
now.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think the best time to have Pat Kirwan on would be after the Super Bowl.
Yes, I agree.
Because having him now, it just becomes dated right away.
He's got good stories with his
He's
time
got
with the
great
Jets.
stories. So he's tight with Pete Carroll.
Very tight. They're best of friends.
So when I was in college, Pete Carroll was the coach of the Jets. We went down to Hofstra, where there were Jets trained, to interview Art Monk and Rob Moore, two former Syracuse guys, and it was for the College Station. It was for halftime features, and we drove down. Me and a couple of buddies, we drove down, and Pete Carroll couldn't have been nicer to us. I was 19, 20 years old. And we were like so psyched to meet him.
I always love when coaches are that way. I can't remember which Sutter it was of the Sutter brothers.
Yeah.
I'm working as a in the marketing department before I got in broadcasting with the hockey team, and we're doing the in-between period stuff, and we had to wait for the visiting team to come off the ice, and then we'd bring the contestants out to do whatever shenanigans we were doing.
Yeah.
And he was yelling at the ref, and I can't go on the ice until all of the coaches, I think I'm still an intern, until all the coaches have left the ice. And the PA guy who runs the thing is looking at me like screaming, get on the ice. And I'm waiting, and I start walking on the ice because he's yelling at me, and he's my boss. And Sutter's coming off the ice, and I mean, he verbally berates me. Oh, they're just here to see you. They don't even care about the He just wanted someone to yell at, and I am just getting it from, I think, Dwayne Sutter.
That's very funny. That's very funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton on this New Year's Eve. David in El Paso for the Sun Bowl. Seth Everett, kind enough to fill in as he did last week for David. Thank you, Seth, very much. And an early Happy New Year to all of you listening. Hope you have a great 2025, and I hope 2024 goes out with a bang. I'll be sound asleep when the ball strikes midnight. Unless, of course, somehow, some way, Penn State and Boise State go to overtime.
Well, don't forget Devils Ducks, 8:00.
Yeah, you were all up in arms over the fact that your favorite team is playing a hockey game on New Year's Eve. What the hell? You've already established that you have to pick up your daughter. This should be perfect for you. You've got something to do tonight.
Yeah, but the game is it's a West Coast game, so it's a 5:00 start, which makes perfect sense for the Ducks and people in Anaheim. But an 8:00 on New Year's Eve, that's a weird time. That's a bizarre one. I have that, and and then tomorrow the Devils play the Kings. I have Syracuse basketball today at 2:00. Syracuse and Wake Forest. I have a very busy next couple days.
So you are still into Syracuse basketball with Boeheim retiring and their program going into the toilet, but you're still in.
I'm loyal. Yeah, I'm loyal. I put it on. But I don't have anything to root for. I mean, they're terrible. They're terrible. And I don't know any of the players because, as Pat Kirwan was saying, like the fact that everybody's a free agent at the end of the year, college sports has just changed. And basketball more than football because there's so many less guys. But just this idea that you have to introduce yourself to the team again, I don't know. Today's the conference opener, and I have very low expectations. Syracuse will not be playing in March. It'll be over. That'll be
I'm
all.
curious because I went to Michigan State. We have Tom Izzo. Another legendary coach that's been there forever, who is getting on there in years, and you don't know when his last year is going to be. How difficult is it watching the Cuse post Boeheim? Because obviously that's all you knew from the time you were in college through just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and he was a jerk to us. He didn't like us when I was there.
Like anybody.
Yeah, he was kind of mean. So it's weird. You know, Adrian Autry, who's their coach now, was a senior when I was a freshman, and so I covered him a little bit. And I'm trying to get Fran Brown on Sports with Friends. That's one of the things I'm working on for January and February. But Adrian Autry, just I like that it was a local guy. You know, you remember that whole thing with Mike Hopkins, how he was the coach in waiting, and then he left. He became the coach in Washington, and then his stock dropped. And I kind of think Mike Hopkins should be the guy. I just think the whole model of free agency and transfer portal and all this nonsense, it rubs me so the wrong way. The extent of my fandom is my phone will tell me at 2:00 that, hey, Syracuse is playing, and I will flip the game on. And that's as far as I will go. I have to finish Hall of Justice today. That's what I have to get done, and I will have that game on in the background.
Are you surprised, bothered at all, dismayed by the fact that Syracuse, with a great basketball history, I think the school has some money, that someone's not stepped in on an NIL side that's one of the schools that you would have, to me, just, I guess because of the huge media support, since, a third of everybody hired in the media business graduated from Syracuse, and they are all willing to tell you within the first 10 seconds of talking to them, Seth, that they didn't get the funding. Like, Michigan State, they got Ishbia, the guy that owns the Suns, who's bankrolling their program. Hasn't worked out all that well, but they've got a guy that's bankrolling the program. Are you surprised the Cuse has not found someone to bankroll their program?
No, I think it's a bigger issue is the conferences. And I think the fact that we don't live in a Power Four anymore, and it's a myth that people say that we do. There are 2 conferences, and then there's 2 B-level conferences. And Syracuse just has the unfortunate reality is they're in the ACC, and that's a B conference. I think that's hurt them more than anything else. Yes, am I the old traditionalist that pines for the days of the Big East and, Villanova and St. John's and Seton Hall and Connecticut and Georgetown? And yes, that's when I fell in love with Syracuse basketball. I could care less about Wake Forest. They mean nothing to me. But I think the bigger thing is just that they're in a minor conference. I have said before, and I've said it to you guys when I've come on your show, it is better to be Rutgers than it is to be Syracuse, because the money that Rutgers will be making from the Big Ten will be triple what Syracuse gets from the ACC. And what I feel for, and I say this about all communities, I say this on Sports with Friends all the time, there are communities that their whole morale of the community is based on a college. And a college's athletics. And Syracuse is that model. And to tell an entire community that you are on the B team sucks. It just sucks. And you could say, well, I'm selfish because I only care about my team. You're right. At 50 years old, when I turned 50, I realized that my sports fandom is my lifeblood. That's what I care about. I don't care about what happens at Boise State. That doesn't impact my life. But the reality is now Syracuse sports, football and basketball, are part of the B team. And that's a tough pill to swallow.
And it's interesting because doing this job, if I were in Detroit, Grand Rapids, Michigan, doing this job, my focus would just be on the teams I grew up with. Or if I was in Atlanta, my focus would just be on the teams in that market. But we're in such an unusual situation, being that everybody in Florida is from somewhere else, that we have always approached our show on a more national approach than a regional approach based on our audience.
And that's one of the things I liked about you in the beginning. Yeah.
And that is the reason that my fandom, quite frankly, has dwindled the way that it has. Sure. Because I'm not, tonight, for instance, the Red Wings play. that is so far down the totem pole in what I'm planning on watching. I'll probably put the game on. They're playing the Penguins. That's my wife's favorite team. I can put that game on. We can both watch hockey and be entertained. But I'm interested in Boise State and Penn State because that's what's relevant to this show, and it's killed my fandom. And it's funny, as you say, you've turned 50, your fandom is all that matters. As I'm 55, my fandom doesn't, and it bothers me tremendously. I don't know if it's the fact that my teams have all took a turn basically for the worse because Detroit sports is in the toilet right now with all of their teams not named the Lions. And my Michigan State teams are terrible. Or it's the fact that I just want to watch the best game, but I don't have that same fandom that I had when I was younger. And there's part of that stinks.
Well, one of the things though that I've done,
sport.
Yeah, but one of the things that's a little different, and this is just something personal that I did. I think it has to do with my dissatisfaction with baseball. And during COVID, I adopted Arsenal. And I had never watched the Premier League before. I had never really been a soccer fan before. It wasn't my thing. It was never a sport that I grew up with. I had no connection. I've told the story before. My wife has first cousins who are second generational season ticket holders to Arsenal. I've always heard that for 20 years. And I just said, you know what? I need something new. And with streaming the way it is and how easy it is to get these games and how fast the games are, they're less than 2 hours. There are no commercials. It's just a perfect sport. And
it's a great whether you like soccer or not, it is damn near the perfect television sport. I mean, football does a great job. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
Football has it dialed in.
And I'm not anti-football, right?
No, but soccer puts it in a 2-hour window with no commercials and a small break at halftime.
That's right.
I watch a ton on Saturday and Sunday mornings. I put it on in the background. I can't say that I'm a fan. I picked Man City years ago because a boxer that I liked was a Man City fan. That's my whole reason. I did it long before they were popular, so I can be on that bandwagon and not have any regrets towards that. But that's the only reason I picked that team was because of a boxer by the name of Ricky Hatton.
But once that changed my existence. Once I started getting into that and I started getting up for these games and I was watching them early in the morning, then my kids got older and they started loving hockey, and then that kind of rejuvenated that, and it comes back. And then I started teaching at Syracuse, and then all of a sudden I was on campus all of a sudden, and now they're playing, and I'm again with streaming. It is so easy to watch these games. It just morphed, and I think it's a product of the outside influences. But yeah, I'm in this weird place at 50 years old where my teams are my life, and it's Arsenal, the Devils, Syracuse, and that's it.
And I do think your daughters have as much to do with that as anything, because I know my son still loves the Red Wings the way I did. He's 25. He loves the Red Wings now the way I did when I was 25, sure. And we talk all of the time. And every conversation morphs into his Wing Wheel podcast and what's the latest with them. But I do think that's, the other part. If you're into your team, there is so much out there.
Yes.
To be able to engulf yourself with that team, whether it's podcast, whether it's The Athletic and what you can read, there's far more information than you've ever had. Seth,
customizable to your stuff. Right.
It was the Agate page and the columnist. That's what we had. Now you have so many voices talking about your team that you should be able to find a road that takes you down the avenue towards the way you want to take your team in.
ESPN.com. If I go to ESPN.com today, it's going to be about the college football playoff because it's today. Yesterday, it was about Arsenal. Or it was about something happening in the Premier League or some random story that I would never have had access to. And it's literally spoon-fed to you. And technology has made it so easy to pick a team and jump on that team. And it's been a blast. It's an absolute blast. And, my kids, I know I have a 16-year-old teenage daughter who's going to a party tonight for New Year's Eve. I guarantee you I watched the first period tonight with her. I guarantee it.
And that's one of the things, obviously, through the generations. And that's it. It's funny where you live in Florida and you have I've got kids that my daughter plays soccer with, and the one guy's a Cleveland fan and the other guy's this fan and the other guy's that fan. And it is the one
You
thing that
inherit your
brings the
teams,
generations
yeah.
together is the team.
Right. You inherit your team. And that's why one of the things that I think is the most under-discussed, controversial topic in sports is relocation. Relocation is a fascinating topic because in every one of them, there are winners, losers, there is controversy. It's always the government, but it's also private entity. There's always a saga. And I think the most under-discussed story in sports is relocation, from the Quebec Nordiques to the Hartford Whalers to the Seattle Supersonics, all the Cleveland Browns, the first Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Colts. There's fascinating relocation stories.
And right now going on with the Oakland Athletics, going to Sacramento. And if they end up in Vegas, which it looks like they're going to do, but that's still not done, still getting through the Rays controversy in their stadium and what's going on with the Trop and the redoing of the stadium. Looks like everything's a go on that, but you're right. And it would be, to me, it would be terrible if the Rays would have left, because when you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and you look at the Lightning, now, the Buccaneers have been here a lot longer. The Lightning have established themselves in Tampa as a team. The Bucs have established themselves as a team. They're generational fans now. And when you have that, when you take out a team or a team relocates, you do take out the lifeblood of a community.
Oh, it's a heart-wrenching thing. And, it's funny to see the way, people talk about it. I did a podcast over the summer about the Arizona Coyotes. And a team you would think has 10 fans. You would think the Arizona Coyotes have 10 fans. And there are people who are heartbroken. There are people who are, it's kind of like what we were talking about with the college town. Like, you tell the guy who works 9 to 5 at a workman job in Syracuse, New York, you tell them that their lifeblood is suddenly on the B conference, and there's a depression that comes from that. Well, when you have a relocation situation, and believe me, they tried to stay in Arizona for as long as they could, and now they're thriving in Utah, and it's got to break their hearts. And to me, that's what nobody talks about. It hurts. Dear friends of mine, I'm going to Seattle on Monday. Dear friends of mine will not watch the Oklahoma City Thunder. They cannot see the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, you're part of that.
You hate
them. You hate the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I hate them. Hate them. They stole jobs. They stole jobs from dear friends of mine. Oh, I was the backup announcer for the Sonics for 4 years. I did about 20 games pre and post for the Sonics network, and I did just enough to stay involved, but NBA is not my thing. And when the Sonics left, I was heartbroken. And then to find out the shady nonsense that happened to make them lose, there's a documentary called Sonics Gate that I cannot recommend enough. It's a terrible, terrible story.
Miller and Moulton, trying to get to the positives. Maybe a little negative finishing that segment, but the Diamond District Bonus Hour, that's next. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Interesting.
So here's a morbid question for you.
Okay.
How long does it take you to delete someone's contact information after they've died in your phone?
I still have Daryl Hamilton, my mom, and my dad in my favorites. Daryl died 9 years ago. Going to be 10 years. And I can't. I still have voicemails.
I'm bummed that I don't have any voicemails from my dad because he very rarely left any.
Yep. I have my mom and I have Daryl. I don't have my dad, but I have my mom and Daryl. Demarest, am I saying his name right? I finished What If, and I did this week's Hall of Justice on it, and I'm editing it literally as soon as we're done with this. It's a mishmash.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett filling in for David today as we rumble through a New Year's Eve show. David will be back on Thursday. We have the day off tomorrow. A best of will air across the network.
Will you sleep late?
No.
You can't, right? Your body?
Late for me is 7 o'clock. If I make it to 7, I really slept in. Because 4:20 is about the time that I get up every morning.
Right.
And the alarm is set for, I don't know, like 4:23 or something odd, 4:26.
And you get up before it.
All the time.
Me too. That's my new thing is I set my alarm for 5:10 today, and I woke up at like 5:02, and I woke up and I went, did I miss it? Did I miss the show? And I looked, and the alarm hasn't even gone off yet.
So it would be nice to be able to sleep in. My goal today is to get a nap in.
Oh, yeah. If you do a morning show every day, naps are key for anybody, not just you guys. But my problem is I do mornings so happenstance now. It's like one out of, and it throws me now. I don't do the mornings anymore. Remember, I used to do Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and I don't do those anymore.
And you're better off for it.
Yes, I definitely am. I definitely am. That's why, like for this show, this is half. You know, sometimes I get 325 calls now for iHeart, and you asking me to do 6 to 10. I was like, that's not even getting up early.
It's only early on Saturday morning when you wake up at 4:30 and can't go back to bed. That's really the only time that it is.
Worst.
Because, you know, today my wife had the day off. It's just trying to get out of the house without making any noise. Right. It's trying to, and she had the cat sleeping with her. So I have to make sure that I open the bedroom door so that the cat can get out and eat. And the cat doesn't wake her up. So
a couple of weeks ago on Hall of Justice, I had Burt Ward, you know,
right.
the Robin, and he is a massive, massive animal activist. He has rescued thousands, in the thousands of dogs and cats. And he also created this pet food that is supposed to extend pets' lives. He's like a superhero in the pet world. So I took that to heart, and I did probably 15 minutes on the podcast on it. And he's telling me all about the dogs and the dogs and the dogs and the dogs, and how at any one point in his house there are 50 to 60 dogs in his
ranch.
Yep, in California. And me, because you know how warped my brain is, this was my question to Burt Ward. I said, when you're going to bed at night with your lovely spouse, do you close the door?
And
he said no. But that's terrible. That is terrible. That would drive you. So when you that made me think of it when you said the cat was in the bed. I was like, nope. The Burt Ward. Here we go. That's where we're going.
Only 2 cats, not 50, Seth. Only 2 cats, and that's married to a veterinarian. So we're doing pretty well. All right, couple of little things. Ohio State and Oregon, probably.
Yeah.
The game that most think is perhaps the national championship being played in the quarterfinal. They met earlier this season. Oregon won a close one. Ohio State turned it over twice. Oregon did not turn it over. I wonder if Ohio State, if they play a clean game, can lose.
I don't know. The funny thing about Ohio State is, they had all the, every year they have these, this focus on being the top team and everything like that. And they were humbled by Michigan. And looking at Ohio State being exploited like that, it just seems like a machine like Oregon is going to wipe the floor with them. I would say that is a 2-possession game by the fourth quarter.
And I think the total opposite. I think the Buckeyes win.
Yeah.
I think the fact that I think the rosters are close. I do think Dylan Gabriel is the X factor, but the receivers for Ohio State, I don't know how you cover them. And I love the fact that the Buckeye freshman receiver there, Jeremiah Smith, basically says, if you want to play man against us, we're going deep. And I will be curious to see how Oregon defends these receivers, because it looked as if Ohio State against Tennessee, for the first time in a while, Chip Kelly was calling plays, getting everybody open. And Tennessee's got a really good defense. And Ohio State did whatever they wanted offensively to Tennessee. Now, different game when Oregon has the football. I think Oregon's going to be able to score against Ohio State, but I just wonder, in a track meet, can Oregon beat them twice if Ohio State plays a clean game?
Yeah, we'll see.
And that, to me, is the difference in that game. Really looking forward to that one. It should be the best semblance of talent of the quarterfinal games out on the field. These teams were ranked 1 and 2 most of the year in the college football polls. So we should, in theory, get another great game between these two. Very much looking forward to that one.
So far, we've talked about how bad the games are. So far, how comfortable are you with this 12-team playoff format?
I'm fine. I want to let
it made it more enjoyable. Has it made it more attractive?
The first round of the playoffs stunk, but it made the regular season more attractive. We were into November and games mattered. Big 12 games mattered for a team to get a spot. When in years past, we would have been the majority of these games where most team seasons were over and they were playing to get into the Holiday Bowl, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah, they were.
So I think that the regular season actually having far more meaning. I don't want to see them tweak this next year. I don't have a problem.
You don't want 16?
Well, it's 12 next year no matter what. It's 14 the following. That's already etched in stone.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Now, when they go to 16, it's going to happen because they don't ever shrink these. They just grow them. And I think 16 is the number that they want to get to, where there will be no buys. Teams will the top teams will get home games in the playoffs, and they found another pool of money. And how do they get them to renegotiate? They go to 16. They've got 12. They've got 14. How do they get more money out of ESPN? Well, you naturally take the thing to 16. But I loved this college football season. Probably as much as any college football season that I can remember when my team wasn't really good.
I was just amazed by the disparity in the two conferences. And, I have a problem with this idea that the Big 12 and the ACC are on the same playing field as those other two conferences. And I think that as the years go on, it is going to become more egregious, and it's going to become more of a line of demarcation. And I think ultimately when they do expand again, maybe they'll change the rules. I think it's going to change. See, I'm in favor of getting rid of the committee and making rules, kind of like pro sports, where the top 4 teams from the SEC get in, the top 4 teams from the Big 10 get in, and then the top 1 or 2 from the other 2 conferences get in. And that's all it's going to be. And you're going to have the ACC team or the Big 12 team is going to become this Cinderella massive underdog. And it's just, I don't know. I just think it's headed for,
well, I think with the new,
for lack of a better phrase,
government intervention and how they're paying players, I do think there will be some ACC schools that can play with the big boys. I don't think all of them
No,
can.
they're going to go into the SEC. Clemson and Florida State are going to get out.
Well, I wonder if they're going to get out and go to the SEC, or I do wonder sometime next decade if college football basically picks up their ball with 48, 50 teams and they do their own thing. Because college football is separate.
In other words, get rid of the NCAA, get rid of the 4 conferences.
Yes.
Just radical
Have
realignment.
conference of-
Put the Red Sox, Yankees, Phillies, and Mets in the same division.
Exactly. And it will be the haves and the have-nots. You will see it's the one, the proposal that came out a while ago, Seth, that I know you looked at was basically, 4 divisions and a 5th division of teams that would be relegated. If you finished in the bottom, you could be, Boise could be replaced by Troy State or whatever.
Incredible.
Be.
Yep.
And I know there are so many people who have started getting into European soccer. Relegation would only really be able to apply if college football did something drastically different next decade. But I don't see anything changing anytime soon. But that would be the only sport where it's possible. And it would be for one division and the majority of the teams would stay. But until, SMU is such a great case study. Because they came into the ACC not taking any of the ACC's TV money,
and they didn't even want to come.
No, they clearly wanted to come. They wanted the conference because they want to get their chance to get a seat at the table, and they paid for it themselves. That school has more money than most schools out there. They can financially, they can keep up with the SEC and the Big Ten. And if you are the big fish in a small pond, and that small pond being the ACC, and you can financially compete with the SEC and the Big Ten schools, that I think that puts you in a spot where you can make the playoff regularly and do some damage. I think SMU is a great case study going forward to see how great or how little their success is at the highest level. Because it takes money, and they have it. And we already talked, Syracuse doesn't have that kind of money in the NIL world. Florida State obviously doesn't. They're getting sued by 6 basketball players for failure of payment. So I just wonder when the next set of rules comes in, which ACC schools will rise to the top, which Big 12 schools will rise to the top and be able, if at all, to compete with the SECs and the Big Tens.
The teams that won out: Clemson, Florida State, Duke, and North Carolina. Those are the 4 teams that won out.
Well, I think Miami does too. Miami would jump.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, and if you're going to go there, Virginia.
It's just whether or not the Big Ten and SEC want them, and I can't think of any reasons to take them. I don't know what any of these schools bring to those conferences.
Because then you're splitting the TV money up more ways.
So that's the thing to me.
You think the Big Ten would trade Rutgers for Virginia? We'll give you Rutgers and a player to be named later.
Wouldn't be the worst idea, but I think Rutgers is locked in. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
If you said something, I didn't have your mic on.
I did not.
Good. So brunch today, that's the big event after the show?
I think so. Yeah, they're still sleeping. I just checked on them. It's funny, like they're I don't know. They love being here. That's what I love.
That's awesome.
They can be here as much as they want. They can do whatever they want. The little one is getting dropped off, and the big one staying here for her party. She's having 5 friends over, and there's this massive lobby in the downstairs with like couches and fireplace and pool table, and I think she's going to hang down there.
Yeah, I think I told you last time the daughter got a phone for Christmas, so we have been basically deemed irrelevant as parents now.
Yeah, the group FaceTimes are they crack me up, because all they do is they talk and talk, and it's like they're all hanging out in a room together, and I love it. I think it's so funny listening to her with her friends. Her friends are hysterical.
Well, you are right, though, too, about, that generation and watching shows. My daughter has no idea. I mean, she knows what a television is, obviously.
Yeah,
she knows how to turn the like, if I say put YouTube TV on, she can do it.
Right.
But she would only do it if I asked her to put something on for me.
Right. Well, the weird thing is I bought a TV for my living room, and so I have my mom's old TV, and I can't get rid of it. I can't give it away, because my kids are like, I said to my daughter, I said, when you go to college, which is in a year and a half, I said, would you want a television? Should I hold on to this? And she says, no. She goes, I watch shows on my computer and my phone. Like, that's television to them.
Yeah.
My crazy ex-wife got her into Suits. And so now she's watching Suits, and I'm just like, ah. I tried to recommend How I Met Your Mother. I thought that was a perfect show for a 16-year-old. And I thought Entourage was a good show for a 16-year-old.
Ooh.
She wasn't interested in either one.
Thank goodness. There's a Entourage. That's a... I know they know all that stuff at 16, but there's a...
She knows everything. Yeah. She watched Bridgerton.
I rewatched Entourage over the summer. God, that was a great show.
That was a great show. Emmanuel Chariki. She was in Superman and Lois. She played Lana Lang.
I know you said, are you fired up for this new Superman movie? I saw the trailer the other day.
Looks good. It looks promising. I'll tell you this. James Gunn he created this Creature Commandos, which is on Max, and so far that sucked. So we'll see. I'm hopeful. I love Mrs. Maisel. What's her name? Rachel Brosnahan. She's Lois Lane. And
Okay,
that is perfection.
that is good. That's
You know,
really good. She's terrific.
Miss Maisel is top 5 show of all time.
I'm right there with you.
Love that show.
Now, did you watch the Queen's Gambit as well?
Yes.
I mean,
Oh,
that was different thing, but very good.
Yeah, very, very good.
Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Winding it down on a New Year's Eve edition of Miller and Moulton.
This is the New Year's Eve music that's going to be playing at my house tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bonus hour.
Rump and Horn, Seth.
Oh, yeah. Then we'll get a little yacht rock.
Our sound guy, Gentry Thomas, did a great job of hooking us up with a bunch of unlicensed music that we can use.
That's good.
That
helps. Because Spotify, man, they are terrible. They are terrible. For the Hall of Justice podcast, I have like a montage in the beginning of it, right? And I've had, different variations over the 9 years that I've done this show. And for about a year, from that movie, Into the Spider-Verse, there was this song called Sunflower. And it's one of these modern songs. And it literally just goes, like that. That was the bit. And it's a hook. And I took that little 4-second clip and Spotify flagged 75 of my episodes.
I find it hilarious and we've not done a show on Facebook now in 2.5, 3 years. When we first started doing the whole Twitch, YouTube thing,
yep.
I put it up on Facebook as well, and hoping to bring the Facebook users to Twitch or YouTube or another medium where you
Facebook
can
has more users than all the others. Yeah.
Right. But they don't pay you. And there's a way to make money on YouTube and Twitch. And at the end of the day, we are in business to try to make money. Speaking of which, text sponsor to 21,000 if you're interested in sponsoring the show.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not afraid, Seth. But what I find fascinating is I hardly ever use Facebook more than to peruse. I don't post anything. I don't respond to posts. I really use social media to look at stuff. I don't actively post things on social media. Probably should, given the fact that I do a radio show. But neither here nor there. I find it hysterical that I'll get Facebook episodes flagged from 3, 4, 5 years ago over something that played.
Copyright, yeah.
Some copyright infringement.
My favorite copyright story, and it's going to sound a little name droppy, but in 2013, I worked with Prince. And Prince would send us music that he had specifically made for the show that we did. I did a weekly talk show that he produced. And Spreecast was in its infancy. It's kind of like what Facebook Live is now, but back in 2012, 2013, that stuff was in its infancy. And the only way to get something to play on the show was you had to upload it to YouTube. You could upload it privately, but you had to upload it to YouTube and then play the YouTube embedded into your show. So that was the method. So Prince would send us something in the middle of the night. I'd wake up, I'd find this song, and I'd have to get it on the show. That was my job, was to get it by Wednesday. I had to get it on the show. 3 times. YouTube flagged music that he gave us. It was from him. He gave us music, and we couldn't play it. It was infuriating. And I had to tell Prince, sorry, we cannot play this because it's copyrighted. Which would
Probably irked the guy who wrote it.
From him.
Right.
It was him. Oh my God. It was ridiculous. And then people started pushing me. This was like 4 years ago. People started pushing me, putting the podcast on YouTube. Now that's become a phenomenon. But one time I put a podcast, we did a tribute to Carrie Fisher when Carrie Fisher died. And I played the love theme from Star Wars. You know,
I'm glad that you hummed that because I wasn't exactly sure. I did not
There's a
realize,
love
quite
theme.
frankly, that there was a love theme
from the
from
great
Star
John
Wars.
Williams. And yeah, it got taken off of YouTube.
Speaking of Hall of Justice, I know you're doing it after the show. You've given us 4 hours. The least I can do is give you a shameless plug of your podcast.
Thank you. Last week we did only Sports with Friends. We took the Hall of Justice off. We did the 2 Jews hanging out on Christmas and Hanukkah, and that that was a success. And now Sports with Friends is taking a rare week off. It is very rare that I take a week off from Sports with Friends, and this week we're not doing one. But Hall of Justice we are, and it's this Marvel series, What If? And it's season 3. Came out, and Disney Plus did it where they released an episode a day for 8 days, kind of like Hanukkah, and it's terrible.
So it really wasn't a festival of lights.
It was not a festival of lights. It was bad. I mean, it was terrible. It was the girl from Two Broke Girls, Kat Dennings. She plays
Love
Darcy.
her, by the way. I think she's
love her.
Great actress, feisty, a lot of fun.
She's in Marvel. She was in the Thor movies. She plays a character named Darcy. She was also in WandaVision. And what it is it's multiverse. It's variations. So what if the Hulk was green? It was purple. It's all these different variations and different worlds. And in this episode, Darcy, Kat Dennings' character, has a baby with Howard the Duck.
Huh?
Thank you. I am a comic book nerd. I am your P1 for this stuff. And you made no sense to me. That's frustrating.
Sports or Hall of Justice, what are you looking forward to with either category in 2025?
Just to keep them going.
No, but I mean shows, things that are coming up in the whether it's the Marvel world or in the
for Hall of Justice,
what are you
for Hall of
looking forward
Justice at the end of the month, I have a special guest, a gentleman. You won't know his name, but you'll know his work. Ilya Salkind. Ilya Salkind is the executive producer of the first 3 Christopher Reeve Superman movies, and he came on the show when. And we talked about Superman 1 and Superman 2 and Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve and all this stuff. Anyway, for charity, they did a stage reading. He found a draft of an unpublished script to Superman 5. To which Ilya Salkind says that he had a meeting with Christopher Reeve before his accident. And he had a meeting with Margot Kidder, and they were both in. And then Christopher Reeve had his accident, and the project got put in a drawer. And he found this, and what they did for charity to raise money for the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation is they did a stage reading of this unpublished script to Superman 5, what would have been Superman 5. And they are sending me the audio. So as a radio play, I am going to have the unpublished Superman 5 on the Hall of Justice podcast.
Very cool.
That's cool, right?
That is very cool.
Yeah.
The fact that Richard Pryor did one of those movies is even cooler.
Superman 3. Oh, we talk a lot about Superman 3. Superman 3 did not kill the franchise. Superman 3 made a ton of money and did very, very well. And Superman 3, there are elements to Superman 3 that are great. Superman 4 was terrible. Superman 4 killed the franchise, not Superman 3.
Boy, Superman 3 put it on life support, though, whether it made money or not.
Rewatch that movie. It's a great movie. He goes back to Smallville. He meets Lana Lang, played by the adorable Yvette O'Toole, who wound up playing Clark's mom on Smallville.
So there you have it. There's a little preview Hall of Justice. And you already gave your sports wish for 2025. That's for your Devils to win a cup.
Devils.
So you can watch with your daughters, which would be a very cool thing, except for I hate the New Jersey Devils. That whole left-wing lock Still has that series against Detroit. Still has me
95. Mike Emmerich
They
sent
almost
the
ended up-
Stanley Cup to New Jersey.
They were a lot closer to Nashville than you think.
They were. Oh, they were supposed to move.
I was
know.
walking with Mark Kumpel, the head coach of the Nashville Knights. He and I would always go for a walk after practice on game days. I was the announcer, and we're walking down just off of Broadway, and Kumpel goes, "That's Lou Lamoriello." And I went, "What?" He goes,
It
"That's
was a
Lou
done
Lamoriello."
deal. It was happening. Yes. And the crazy part about that was I was at peace with it because the next year I got hired in the American Hockey League by the Syracuse Crunch. So I thought the Devils should end back then. Now I don't want them to.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when and what's on tap. It's all next right here on Miller and Moulton. 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, I have to show you something. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
This was my Hanukkah gift.
Is that a kit?
Yes.
A model kit car?
Look at that.
The light works and everything.
Look at that.
I did not watch that. I did not like that show.
I love this show. Is everything. I loved that show. Am I related to Neil Everett? No. I'm not related to Adam Everett either, but I am related to Carl Everett somehow. Come on, it's still a good joke.
Pretty good.
Sports with Friends, I have that guy Ken Levine next week. Remember I told you the guy who wrote Frasier and Cheers?
And then did the baseball announcing.
Yep. And then do you know who Erica Herskowitz is?
I do not.
She was one of the early update anchors on WFAN, one of the few women they've ever had. And she's a buddy of mine, and she's going to do Sports with Friends, talk about what it was like to be in a completely male-dominated field.
And that's completely dominated. My goodness.
Yeah, and she did it in the 90s, when it was much worse than it is now.
Yeah. There was no Me Too then, Seth.
Well, she asked me to be a guest speaker. She teaches a class, I guess, at Rutgers. And so she asked me to be a guest speaker, and I countered it with, sure, you want to do Sports with Friends?
Seems like a good trade.
Yeah, I thought so.
You need to get Mike Emmerich on Sports with Friends.
That would be amazing. I need to get Jim Nance. That's what I'm trying for episode 500.
That would be a great get.
Oh my God.
Emmerich came to speak when I was working for a hockey league. Spoke to all the broadcasters, and he's like, my flight leaves at whatever. He stayed for an extra hour and a half and just hung out with everybody. One of the nicest men I've ever met.
Such a cool guy. Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
For David, 22 minutes before the hour, 16 minutes till we're done talking. I always love that last little intro from David, so I will copy it today. David's got the day off. He will be back on Thursday. David and I both have the day off tomorrow. We will run a best of across the network and be back on January the 2nd, 2025. A new year is upon us, and we will have completed the college football quarterfinals. Seth, calling for a slight upset. He thinks Oregon's going to win
handily,
which would be a pretty big, even though the game's only 2.5 points, would be a pretty big upset.
Yeah. I think the only chance of a close game is the Notre Dame game.
And I think that'll be a low scoring game.
But I think that's going to be the late one. That's not getting watched. There's no chance.
I think Texas.
Although that's tomorrow. Tomorrow I might.
You might.
Well, tomorrow is Arsenal at 12:30, and then the Devils play the Kings at 6. That should be over around 8:30. Yeah, that could work. I could do that.
Good to know that the college football quarterfinals might. And this tells you, and it's not a knock on Seth. We've talked about this forever. In the Northeast, college football is not a big thing. Seth grew up in the Northeast. I know you've lived all over the country, but you're born and bred in the Northeast, where college football is not a big deal.
Nope. And, college basketball, for that matter, isn't to me either, in the sense that if my team's not in it, I barely watch.
And that's everybody. College basketball.
The NCAA tournament does pretty well.
The tournament does. The season does bump.
Oh, no, the season is pointless. No one watches the season. I did. Who did I have? Well, Adam Zucker came on. He does a bunch of CBS college basketball. But John Rothstein and I got into a massive fight about this on the podcast once. John Rothstein's a great dude, but he lives and breathes college.
Yes, he does. He's great at it.
Yeah, no, he found his niche. I remember I worked with him at ESPN in the 2010 era, and we would have dinners. And John, we would just like he loved that at the time I was a baseball insider. He thought it was amazing that I had gotten on Baseball Tonight. And I said, you have a niche. You're the college basketball guy. Be that. Make that everything you tweet about. Everything you do is college basketball. And look at him. He's taken it and run with it.
Yes, and he does a terrific job. There's no doubt. But it's a sport, regular season wise, for most people, they don't pay attention, certainly not the way they once did. Then they get up to the tournament and start watching some conference tournaments and get ready for March when the brackets come out. And that's what people's fear was when we added to the college football playoff, that the regular season would become less relevant. I think you could argue the opposite. The regular season has become more relevant.
I want to change the subject for 1 second and ask you a Super Bowl question. Do you think Tom Brady has a good Super Bowl, or he is just terrible and will be lambasted by hundreds of millions of people? Great question.
I think he'll be average like he's been all year. I don't think he's been terrible, but I think the odds of him being average and then getting lambasted for not being excellent, from the X viewer, if you will, I think he's going to get crushed on X throughout the game because he very rarely offers bold opinions.
No, he doesn't.
And you can only be positive all the time for a while. And the fact that as an owner, he can't criticize officials. If there's a controversial play, he's left for dead.
It's terrible. Yeah, I only see clips of him because of Red Zone, but he is average at best. Greg Olson, by the way, is great. I watched him with Noah Eagle, and they were fantastic.
And Brady can get better. I mean, that's the thing. He's been thrust from not doing it all to be put on the A team. Everybody else, Olsen got to work his way up. All these guys, for the most part, have worked their way up to be the A team.
Yeah, Romo came in. I ever tell you my Tony Romo
and
joke?
Romo's terrible.
Oh,
Romo's
like
unwatchable to me.
No, I think I like Romo's enthusiasm. So this is going to sound a little name droppy. When Tony Romo announced his retirement and that he had signed with CBS, I took my kids to Benihana.
Yeah.
Right? And Eli was there with his family. And we know them for 15 years, from doing charity stuff with him. And we saw each other in the lobby, when we're sitting at separate tables, and we're in the midst of the Benihana experience. And Eli Manning comes over and he leans down, and he's gigantic. And he leans down and he says, "Tony Romo's in the booth." And I go, "Yeah, did you see that?" And he goes, "Thank God I'm still playing."
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call them today, 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go online to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off. We start today in 1862. President Lincoln signs an act admitting West Virginia to the Union. Happy birthday, West Virginia. 1935, Charles. What?
Any second thoughts
on West Virginia? Yes.
Mr. Lincoln, any second thoughts? Just kidding.
Charles Darrow patents the board game Monopoly today in 1935. He's still playing the first game. 1961, the Beach Boys play their debut gig under that name. And on that same day, the Packers shut out the Giants, the first of 5 NFL titles won in a 7-season span by the Packers and head coach Vince Lombardi. Today in 1963, Bob Weir and Jerry Garcia play music together for the first time in Palo Alto. For those of you that don't know, that's the key components of the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, neither of them remembers that.
Well, Jerry doesn't. He's dead.
No, I know.
1966, the Monkey single I'm a Believer hits number 1. It was written by Neil Diamond.
Yes, it was.
Today in 67, Evel Knievel tried to jump the Caesar's Palace fountain. He didn't. He broke everything.
Nope.
Oakland would beat Houston for the AFL championship today in 67, and the Packers would beat Dallas in the Ice Bowl for the NFL championship.
The Ice Bowl.
Notre Dame beats Alabama in the Sugar Bowl today in 1973. Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks joined Fleetwood Mac today in 74.
Yacht Rock.
Today in 78, the Winterland Ballroom in San Francisco closes after 556 concerts. The final show is The Dead, the New Riders of the Purple Stage, and the Blues Brothers. The show lasts for over 8 hours, with The Dead playing for nearly 6 hours.
Yikes.
After the show, the crowd was treated to a hot buffet-style breakfast. The Fog Bowl in 88 was played at Soldier Field. You remember the game between the Bears and the Eagles?
Yes, I remember that.
Also today in 88, Mario Lemieux, in an 8-6 Penguins victory over the New Jersey Devils, scores 5 goals, 1 even strength, 1 on the power play, 1 shorthanded, 1 on a penalty shot, and an empty net goal. He would assist on the other 3 goals scored in that game. 1995, Bill Watterson ends his Calvin and Hobbes comic strip after 10 years, believing he has achieved all he could with the medium. Were you a Calvin and Hobbes fan?
No. No.
I loved Calvin and Hobbes. It's a great comic.
Okay.
Boris Yeltsin resigned as president of Russia, leaving Putin in charge. That was a great move today in 99. Clemson would beat Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl today in 2015. And today in 2017, the Cleveland Browns became the second team in NFL history to finish 0-16, losing to the Steelers.
Oh,
John Denver and Donna Summers would have celebrated birthdays today. Anthony Hopkins is 87. Ben Kingsley, 81. Paul Westerberg from The Replacements is 65. Val Kilmer, also 65. And gymnast Gabby Douglas is 29.
John Denver. John Denver was sitting in the press box of a Monday Night Football Broncos-Raiders game, and I was whispering to other people in the press box, "Is that John Denver? Is that John Denver?" And then a week later, he dies on this day, and I got into the radio station, and they were all these people from the country station were all huddled, and they go, "Did you hear about John Denver?" And I said, "That was him in the press box."
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
You have no soul. You are something. For the good today, we go to Green Grove Springs, Florida, where Brooke Cromer said her family's 4-year-old German Shepherd Athena went missing on December 15th. The neighborhood rallied to try to find the dog. The dog was gone for 10 days, returned home on Christmas Eve at 2:30, scratching at the door and ringing the doorbell. They released Ring camera footage of Athena scratching and jumping up to ring the bell. That's a great Christmas present.
Oh, boy.
What do you mean, oh, boy? The dog comes home. It's like a Hallmark movie, for crying out loud.
There you go.
For the bad, we go to my backyard of Estero, Florida, where residents of the Stony Brook gated community were seeing presents being stolen off of a porch. But it wasn't any teenagers. It wasn't a thief. It was a bear.
Oh, yeah.
Bear was snagging presents on December 29th. Finally, the ugly.
Bear doesn't have Prime membership, so.
No. No, I think he was ordering things in his mom's name and getting them picked up at the house. Probably ordering booze. For the ugly, we go to Indiana, where after striking several parked cars, 22-year-old Giovanni Flores was arrested with a blood alcohol level of 0.245. Way to go, Giovanni. You got to get somewhere to get to that. Yeah. Not only did he get arrested for DWI, but when he was being transported to the hospital given his high blood alcohol content, officers discovered he stashed 4 unopened cans of beer with him in the patrol car. Needed one for the road. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, December the 31st, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com, a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. All information readily available at capecops.com. Not everybody has Seth as a designated driver, so
that's right. Tonight,
beers in the
my
patrol.
deal.
Lots of college football today. 4 bowl games that Seth has zero interest in whatsoever. Alabama and Michigan at noon.
Alabama, Michigan.
Alabama now a 16.5-point favorite in that game. The Sun Bowl, Louisville and Washington. Washington's a 1-point favorite. South Carolina, 8.5-point favorite over Illinois in the Citrus Bowl. And Baylor, a 3.5-point favorite over LSU in the Texas Bowl. The quarterfinal Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Penn State, an 11.5-point favorite over Boise. Tomorrow, Texas 13 over Arizona State, that is. Ohio State, a 2.5-point favorite over Oregon. And Georgia, a 1.5-point favorite over Notre Dame. I think all 4 favorites win for what it's worth. I think Georgia with their defense is going to get Notre Dame in what's going to be the best game of the day.
Alabama people hate watch. They're so angry. The whole state is so angry. They are going to hate watch that game against Michigan.
They will
win by enough points to make people happy.
And then they'll watch college football tonight because that's what they do in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yep.
They watch college football. Bunch of hockey tonight. None of the Florida teams are playing. Seth's Devils are playing Anaheim at 8 o'clock. My Red Wings host the Penguins also at 8 o'clock tonight. NBA, handful of games. Neither the Heat or Magic are in action. Bucks and Pacers by point spread. Probably your best game. That's a 3 o'clock start in
The Winter Classic is today.
Blues and Blackhawks.
At Wrigley Field.
Now you'll have that on.
As long as you don't have to work there.
5 o'clock. So you'll watch. You got a double hockey header tonight,
Double
right?
hockey header. Yes, I'll watch 5 o'clock, the Winter Classic, and then 8 o'clock, Devils Ducks. After watching Syracuse play Wake Forest at 2.
Sounds like you've got a full day with brunch
Full
coming up.
day. Full sports day.
Seth, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for doing this. We cannot thank you enough for helping us out the past couple of weeks here. Made life a lot easier for me. That is for certain. For all of you listening, have a very safe and happy New Year's. We will be back on January the 2nd. Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. they can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are closing out the year by making room for fresh collections with a diamond clearance sale. Take advantage of incredible savings. Diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets 23% off. Exotic gemstone jewelry up to 40% off. And all estate jewelry up to 60% off. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.